I'd like to call the meeting back to order. And I'd like to ask Acting Superintendent President Anne Marie Gable to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Before we begin the meeting, I would like to request a moment of silence in memory of three people who have passed away recently. The first one is Jan Foster, and Jan Foster was the director of the Women's Center. Sorry. And her memorial was last Saturday, and it was a very uplifting. She loved the college, and it was a very nice tribute put on by her family. Then secondly, Larry Reisbig, the former athletic director and football coach, he died about 2 weeks ago, and his memorial will be May 13th in the Hall of Champions at 1:30. 2 o'clock. And then finally, a man who was very involved with the foundation and a big supporter of Long Beach City College, and that was Mort Stuhlbarg. And he was a member of the President's Circle, and his wife was a foundation board member at one time, and he was a pillar in the community and just a wonderful, wonderful man. So a moment of silence for those three, please. Okay, Madam Secretary, could you please call the roll?
Virginia Baxter.
Here.
Jeff Kellogg. Here. Vivian Malauulu.
Here.
Doug Otto.
Here.
And Sunny Zia.
Here.
Thank you. There is nothing to report on the closed session items. So now may I ask for approval of the minutes of the March 28th
So
regular
moved.
meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by trustee Otto and seconded by trustee Zia. Madam Secretary?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Jeff Kellogg. Aye. Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Okay, 2.6, special announcements. Acting Superintendent Gable?
Yes, thank you, Board President Baxter. I would like to start off with acknowledging one of our student athletes, and I'm going to call up Randy Tutorp, who's our athletic director. But our student athlete, who is a sophomore on our football team, Jordan Culp Freeman, received the Student Athlete Achievement Award. So, Randy, would you please come up and give the board a little bit of background on how wonderful of an award this is for our student?
Board President Baxter, members of the board, Acting President Gable, and soon-to-be President Reagan. Always an honor to be here and represent the athletic department. We are very proud of our athletic outcomes. We have a lot going on right now in the spring and this year to be especially proud of. It's out on the field, in the pool, in the gym. Tonight, this award is a little bit different and even more special. Oftentimes I get to be here, or a coach gets to be here to speak. I thought I'd do something a little different tonight. On every team, there's members that don't always get a moment to share their involvement. So we have a really key member of our athletic department that helps with our academic success. So I'm actually going to call up our counselor, Rorik O'Leary, to share some insight about this award, our student athlete, and the meaning of it. So I'd like to bring up Mr. Rorik O'Leary.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, so it's my pleasure today to speak to you about Jordan Culp Freeman. I'm sure all of you have your state associations for your position, and we have a state association for athletic counselors. And each year, we select 8 student athletes in the entire state, so just getting one from our school is a big accomplishment, who have overcome significant obstacles and challenges. And in Jordan's case, he played 2 years of football for 2 teams that won bowl games and 9 games. So these are very good teams. Starting lineman, he had injuries to both knees, 2 injuries to his back. That's any injury. Okay. In addition, this award is really also for student athletes who overcome obstacles above and beyond even just injuries. Unfortunately, Jordan's father passed away during the past couple of years, and his mother is also hospitalized twice. So in addition to the physical challenges, a lot of emotional challenges. But we're on track to get that AA degree this summer. He is getting inquiries from NCAA schools for scholarship for football next fall. Tremendous accomplishment. He gets this plaque and also $100, which I believe he already spent. I told him, man, you better cash that check right away. So it's really a pleasure for me to be able to come here to work. I mean, he gets $100. I get my paycheck. I get a living to work with student athletes like this. This is an unbelievable job for me. So I'm very thankful for this position, for the chance to work with student athletes like this. At the end of the day, really, I mean, it's the end of the day, but I cannot wait for 8 a.m. tomorrow. Friday, I'm leaving for my car. I think it's going to be a good weekend, but I cannot wait for Monday, 8 a.m., so that I can work with people like this. So thanks for letting us have a few minutes. We're going to have Jordan come up. Let's give him a round of applause.
Randy, why don't you get in the picture too?
Thank you for having me. Definitely, I'm very grateful for this opportunity to speak before you guys and be honored in this position. Here at Long Beach City College, I was given a great support staff. My head coach, Brett Peabody, my position coaches, Coach Mike, Coach Wilder, Mr. O'Leary, Mr. Randy, and Ms. Mary Hegarty. And a lot of stuff goes on at home, as you guys have heard, but definitely having a chance to come here every day and get support. Not saying I wasn't getting support at home, but that extra push here was always gratefully needed. And I'm grateful for my parents, my father for teaching me to be a great young man that he brought me up today, and definitely learned how to persevere through every obstacle. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan.
All right, thank you very much. I also have some retirees that I would like to acknowledge tonight. First off, we have Lydia Turner, who is a financial aid counselor. Lydia served the district for 19 years, and she has retired. And I don't believe Lydia's here tonight, but we do have a certificate that we will get her. Next, I have a classified personnel, a child development teacher, Carolyn Jura, who served the district for 18 years. So we would like to thank her for her service. And again, I don't believe Carolyn is here tonight. And then lastly, it's with much sadness that I announce this last retirement. Joan Carr, our payroll and benefits manager, is leaving the district on May 31st after 16 years of service. And I know Joan is here tonight. So Joan, if you would come up to get your certificate, and we can take a picture with you, and then we'll give you the opportunity to say something if you would like.
Gable, while you're walking down there, Lydia Turner is an outstanding financial aid counselor, and unfortunately, she suffered a stroke, and that's why she had to retire, but she is a wonderful person.
I just want to say that Long Beach City College has really become a really, really important part of my life, and I'm having separation anxiety, wondering
Well,
what's
you
going
don't have to retire.
I know, but somewhere along the line I got old. Anyway, I've enjoyed working here for so many years and all the people I've worked with, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Is that it? Okay, very good. Okay, now, yeah.
Madam Chair, sorry. I know that we're very interested in moving the meeting along, but I was waiting to make my remarks after all of the presentations were done. You know, it's always with sadness that we participate in moments of silence, and then we rejoice at things like retirements or student recognitions. We really appreciate that. And I would be remiss to not acknowledge the work that we do. Also, I really appreciate the comments made. I'm sorry, I'm at a loss for your name. The staff member who works with the students in the athletic department. I'm sorry, I apologize for that. But I really appreciate what you said, and it shows a tremendous love for your work and your students, the students that we serve. So I really appreciate that, and thank you for being so public about your sentiment. It means a lot. And to the young man who received the award, congratulations. And I hope that it's the beginning, the first of many. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Malauulu. Okay, reordering the agenda.
Madam President,
Yes, Vice President Kellogg.
if we could reorder the agenda to move under Human Resources, item 6.1, and item 6.2, that is the agreement with our adjunct faculty. If we can move that following our public comment at 2.9, followed by 6.2, that is the agreement with Dr. Romelli, who has already been referred to one time tonight as President Reagan. But she said people refer to her as President Reagan all the time. But so if we could please move that item forward so we can discuss and move it along. I'm doing this because if she sits through an entire one of our meetings, she may have a change of heart. So let's
Good idea.
let's get this one approved on earlier rather than later. So that is my request,
No objection.
Madam President.
No objection.
Okay, great. All right. 2.8, ASB President Report. Eric, you're ready. I like your shirt, Eric. Is that from the bookstore?
Oh, no, this is the old Club Senate shirt, actually.
Oh, okay. How could we never see these shirts? Okay, go ahead. It's not your fault, Eric.
So good evening, Vice Presidents, Acting President Gable, and board members. So April Sexual Assault Awareness Month, we have a series of beneficial awareness events from movie screenings, forums, and workshops. There is still time to participate in the final 2 days. Tomorrow is Denim Day. Wear your jeans for justice tomorrow in the E-Quad from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. On Thursday, the ASB Cabinet has moved their meeting up 1 hour earlier in order to support the Take Back the Night March at Vigil that begins at 5 p.m. at LAC. I would like to recognize our representative of Legislative Affairs, Dominique Irachi, who has taken a large role this year working with the staff on planning of the events, and we hope to see you there. I'd like to thank Trustee Kellogg and Baxter for setting a world record-breaking time in their Mini Grand Prix lap they ran last Saturday at our annual Mini Grand Prix.
That's right.
The Coldstone Cops event 2 weeks ago at LAC was a great success as students met our LBCC police officers while they visited and passed out ice cream to the students. We will do this again with them on Thursday, April 27th at the Pacific Coast campus, which is this week. Our sustainability fair was also a great success at LAC. Our Rep of Sustainability, Shannon Trissler, worked closely with many of the district staff and sent a special thank you to the facilities team and horticulture department for going above and beyond and giving our students a great experience on April 20th. We also did try different flavored crickets. May 5th through 7th, student leaders will be attending the Student Senate of California Community College's General Assembly, in which we will be voting on a variety of bills. that Student Trustee Lomeli will inform you about later. Our Cultural Affairs Council invites each of you to attend their Multicultural Festival on Thursday, May 18th. We will let you know on the time, and I will let Alejandro know so he can let you know. I'm excited to see Chancellor Oakley this Thursday in Sacramento as I represent the Puente program at a welcome reception for him. And I would like to thank the Mayor of Long Beach for inviting me as a recipient of the Go Long Beach Awards. The Student Trustee, Representative of Arts, and ASB Advisor will join me this Friday night in downtown Long Beach for the ceremony.
Oh,
Thank
very
you.
nice. If I can just make 2 comments. First of all, Shannon Trissler came to the Earth Day at Houghton Park and represented the cabinet very well when we received our Green Award. So thank you for having such a good representative. And then secondly, I want to give testimony to Vice President Kellogg, who went above and beyond by pushing me in the cart at the mini Grand Prix.
I would just
And
like
if you
to
want to
say,
see it on Facebook and laugh, go ahead.
it's a misnomer. I ran a lot faster than when I looked, but to the young man who had the knee issues, so did I when I played college football. If you want to see what you're going to look like about 40 years later and the speed you'll have, take a look at that video. It's not a pretty sight, but Trustee Baxter kept trying to tell me how to drive as we were going around that, and there was no steering wheel, so her hands were in the air and just telling me where to go. So, but we have the record for trustee division for the Long Beach Mini Grand Prix.
Yeah, we won.
Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you. Okay, public comments on agenda items. They will be held to 3 minutes each, and I don't know who came first, but since this is how it was handed to me, Patty Valella, 5.3 bond contract amendment. So Patty, please come forward and let us know. And Janae, thank you very much for following her. So we're moving along. I appreciate that.
Hi, my name is Patty Valella. I'm an assistant professor of life sciences, and I am in the group Worth the Wait 28, so this is my first year as a faculty member at Long Beach City College. I'm speaking to you today to the board contract amendment, and as I do, I would like to address these points. Labs typically make up half the teaching load for the life science faculty, and the lab courses receive the same funding from the state as lecture courses. Yet faculty pay for lab is 75% of the lecture rate. For example, I'm in the classroom 19 hours a week. 9 of those hours are lab hours, 10 are lecture, but I'm really only paid for being in the classroom for 16 hours. The efficiency for biology classes is 145%, and the efficiency for anatomy and physiology classes is 155%. That means that we are 45 and 55% over our caps for almost all of our classes in the biology department. The life sciences heavily overloads their classes, and this is due to really long wait lists. In fall of 2016, I checked the wait list after late ads, and for Anatomy 1, which is one of the courses that I teach, there were still 500 students still on the wait list for that class.
I know it doesn't.
The lab classes in the life sciences tend to be more demanding than lectures due to the interactive nature, especially with supervision of proper technique. And the lab requires full attention of the professors as students work with microscopes, with models and dissection specimens, and also in the microbiology lab plating specimens and making sure that they do that properly. We received a $6.4 million bond to build new anatomy and physiology labs and to update the microbiology labs. In the life science department and others, we hope that we have the support of the Board of Trustees in regards to the lecture lab parity as we move forward in the construction of our new lab facilities, encouraging full-time faculty to continue to do good work in overseeing and revising their labs, creating new lab courses, and possibly flipped classrooms. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Patty, for clarifying the bond contract 5.3. Okay, Janae Hun.
Good evening, Board.
Yeah, I think you did. There's a button down at the bottom.
Oh, it's back on. Thank you. So good evening, Board of Trustees, President Gable, incoming President Ramali, our administrators, faculty, staff, students, and community in attendance. I want to commend the consulting efforts that John Pope and the communications team have incorporated into the college branding per agenda item 4.5. I was struck by a few of the slides. One, the branding involves multiple tiers with faculty and staff being tier 1 with the slogan, committing their lives. This is a strong and accurate motto for faculty and staff. What I see mostly are employees who place students first in all that we do. This is in combination with the overall branding theme, Stand Together, Rise Above, which speaks to a sense of community and unity. Further lines in the presentation read, I don't instruct, I inspire. And working together is what sets us apart. And this is impressive messaging. As our LBCCFA president, I want to emphasize that this branding, for this branding to be appreciated by faculty and staff, the district has an opportunity to strengthen their respect for the very folks who deliver student success. I can think of a few ways to implement Stand Together, Rise Above, and working together is what sets us apart. First, respecting us with a salary increase is a far better option than proposing a pay cut and increase to our health benefits premium. Second, our department heads have been going above and beyond with all of their workload. They should be appreciated with an increased reassigned time. Lastly, our lab faculty, particularly these faculty teaching intensive labs, do more than instruct. They inspire, as the branding implies. What better ways to reward the inspiring faculty of this college than by standing together with them, with us, to elevate our health benefits and salary. Standing together is not evident in a request for a pay cut. As the district goes back to the negotiating table this week, I ask that the district consider our proposal and stand together with our faculty in hopes that we can rise above comparable colleges in our salary schedule, our DH department head compensation, and lecture lab parity to better serve, recruit, graduate, and transfer LBCC students.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Janae. In the interest of fairness, I'm going to ask Morgan Bernard to come up because he is talking about this same subject but filled out a blue form because he thought he had to wait till the end of the meeting. So Morgan, are you prepared to speak? Thank you. Unless you want to wait till the end. Okay. Yellow form, agenda item. Blue form, non-agenda.
Thanks. Board members, board president, President Gable, VPs, Academic Senate President. I want to discuss the value of lab courses as it relate to the visual and media arts. The majority of our courses in the visual arts consist of lecture and lab components. During the lecture portion of the class, we discuss topics related to history, theory, demonstration of techniques, and skills that are essential to complete the project in the course. During the lab sessions, students apply these skills to build competencies as they put all the pieces together to meet the objectives and outcomes of the projects. As teachers, we don't have a break or limit our own capabilities during this time. This is where we shift into high gear by giving individual or group feedback, further demonstration of techniques, and provide students with real-time feedback of their progress in the course. The issue of parity between lecture and lab is important to all of our classes that offer a lab component. It is a change in a mode of instruction from an overview of classes, from an overview of topics and techniques to a more granular and individualized approach to supporting our students. We hear of lecture classes, flipping the classroom, things like this, to create more engaging learning environments. This is what happens in our lecture and lab classes all the time, and what instruction in the studio environment is founded on. Speaking for myself as an instructor, I move through the studio environment, I move through the room, working with students to see how they're handling and applying the materials. If I see a trend where students are not grasping the concepts, I can bring the attention back to the topic, back to the class and clarify the points or step through a topic to ensure that they are learning. During lab sections, students shift these skills into competencies by employing real-time critical thinking skills into the applications of theories into practice. The faculty members' presence and individual attention to students and the class as a whole during this time is 100%. It is not a reduction of that. So I think it's really important just to understand the role of this lecture lab situation, and this is where we actually really turn on and give our all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Morgan. Okay, we're going to move to 6.1, which is approval of district and CHI LBCC tentative agreement. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the tentative agreement dated March 29th, reached between the district and CHI LBCC regarding the 2016-17 reopener negotiations, contingent on ratification by LBCC CHI as submitted. I need a motion.
So moved.
Trustee Zia, was that you?
Yes.
Okay. Moved by Zia
Second.
and seconded by Trustee Otto. Is there any discussion?
I just want to congratulate our staff, our great team, and our faculty for coming to this agreement. And I think it's great, and look forward to many more happy times like this.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye. Maybe afterward.
Sure.
Vivian. Aye.
Jeff Kellogg,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Okay, any comments?
Yes, I should have said a resounding aye. Congratulations to CHI, the negotiating team, Jean Durand, for all your work on behalf of the district. I'm so happy that it's a 3-year contract, and I'm so excited that at least one of our contracts with our new president, superintendent president coming in, she doesn't have to worry about negotiating early into her tenure, so that's great that we can check one off the list, and hopefully there'll be 2 more in suit that we can agree on. So congratulations to everybody. Thank you. Enjoy.
Okay, and I just wanted to comment. Trustee Kellogg or Trustee Otto, before I speak, do you have anything to say?
Sure. Yeah, I want to emphasize the importance of this agreement. It's a 3-year agreement, more or less, and it's an agreement that provides for no reopeners, although we can tweak it if necessary. And people sometimes don't understand that we have about 350 full-time faculty. We have about 700 adjunct professors. And we are about to embark on a very, very important strategic plan. And in order for us to pass this plan, everybody's got to get on board. I was in New Orleans until this morning and at a conference which was all about guided pathways. Guided pathways are throughout our strategic plan, and the one thing that everybody learned in New Orleans was how hard it is to make this happen. There's a lot of reasons for that, but it can be done, and it can be done if everybody gets in the same boat and rows in the right direction, and that includes our adjunct faculty. And so I'm always looking for opportunities to include them more in what we're doing, to celebrate the things that they do. I think it's a very good contract. I think everybody's to be complimented for getting the contract done. We hope that it'll get ratified. I think it will. But we don't celebrate enough the work of our adjuncts, and we need to continue to do that in order to achieve the student success that we say is our goal.
Trustee Kellogg?
Just to emphasize what we've already heard, congratulations to all parties involved. Negotiations are never easy, but they did it in a very proactive way. They just kept working through the issues. Many times people come to these meetings as if this is the labor negotiation sessions. They're not. And so the people that are doing the work, I think everyone, which I have sat here before though, and once they've had an agreement, I've watched people upset on the day of the agreement, which is not what you want. And so it's I'm very pleased that there seems to be a consensus on all parties that that an agreement was reached. It is tentative because the adjunct faculty members will be voting on it, but it appears that everyone feels very confident about what is there, and I think it's good for all around. In particular, I'll highlight again the 3-year with no reopeners. You know, there are some caveats in there, but essentially no reopeners, very similar to what we had with with our classified staff. And the reason I bring that up is that if you do labor negotiations year in and year out, and that's all you do is labor negotiations with reopener after reopener, you never get beyond that. And as I started, labor negotiations is very difficult anyway. And if you don't have an opportunity to have essentially a cooling off, in 3 years we'll give you that opportunity. So I'm very pleased that the agreement and all parties worked very hard. I appreciate the professional way they went about it, and I think everyone is pleased. And again, I'm just happy that, as was mentioned, that you can actually sit here and just be proud of the success that took place here and not have bad feelings on the first day of a labor agreement, which I literally have watched one time, and I was dumbfounded when it happened. So it's a pleasure to see it this way, and as we move forward, because obviously very valuable, as mentioned by Trustee Otto, a very valuable component of this college with our adjunct faculty. So congratulations to all you, and thank you very much.
And I just finally wanted to thank the leadership of CHI, who I believe has really gone out of their way to be inclusive, to have gatherings, to celebrate the hourly faculty. I was our adjunct hourly faculty for 5 years, and I know the difficulties that can be faced, and I just want to salute the leadership and also the leadership of the HR department, because it took a lot of time and energy to put this agreement together. So we voted for that. So now, right, we're on to 6.2, and this is the approval of agreement between Long Beach Community College District and Dr. Reagan Romali for service as the district superintendent president. The agreement provides for a term of employment which runs from May 15, 2017 through June 30, 2019. The agreement provides for an initial annual compensation of $250,000, an automobile allowance of $625 per month, the same fringe benefit package generally provided to academic administrators, a $500,000 term life insurance policy, a professional expenses budget line up to but not exceeding $10,000 annually, and a one-time moving relocation reimbursement in the amount not to exceed $25,000. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Zia, seconded by Trustee Otto.
Can we have comments?
Do we want to do comments?
Comments at this time.
At
Please.
this time, okay, sure.
Thank you, President Baxter, and welcome, Reagan, soon to be President Reagan. We can't wait to have you start. Just want to welcome you. It's a really important date in the history of Long Beach City College, and finally we're here, and I'm just very proud to have had a role in it and had a role in making the decision and coming together and embracing Dr. Romali, and I'm very committed to that and doing my part, and I look forward to introducing you to the community. So welcome. Thank you for accepting the offer.
Trustee Kellogg?
Oh, it's just, does everyone realize she's sitting here? So people, if you don't know, we're not talking in a vacuum here, but it is always a special day. We've had, you are the 10th president of this college. I know that because I went and looked at all the pictures and I counted them. So, but nonetheless, you're the 10th president of this fine institution and a lot of history. And I just, I'm excited, but, and I've said this repeatedly, and I know my colleagues have heard this, but the success of our superintendent president is dependent upon not just that individual, but everyone else at the college. Working together for that common goal, our students, and even as the board members, we have to, in their first year, realize that there is a learning curve no matter what, and that, and in other scenarios that I've seen, I do not walk in here, even though we want our superintendent president to have all the qualities in the world, including walking on water. And, but the reality is, it's a human being who is going to be going through a learning curve, and we have to be very supportive and know there's going to be points of time that we're going to have to work together to work some difficult spots, and there always are. And I think if we all have that common goal, it'll work out for the better. We have a great institution here and also something else very unique. In the past 20 years, we've had 2 superintendent presidents. The average timeline, including some very long-term CEOs in the state of California, the number is about 3 years. And we've had 2 presidents in 20 years. That's a reflection upon not only the college, but also the board leadership, and on working together and realizing that we're all in this. But if we have that common denominator, the students, I'm looking forward to it. And I've always said this during the process, I pledge all my support to helping Dr. Romali, or President Reagan. I just keep laughing every time I say that, President Reagan, to be successful here, and everything we can do to help her through this path and welcome her to Long Beach City College. So it's an exciting time, I know, for her, but also for the college as well as we move forward. So congratulations.
Okay, Trustee Otto?
Well, congratulations, and we're delighted to have you here. For those of you who don't know, Dr. Romali worked at Moreno Valley Community College, and she worked for the LA Community College District. She was in Compton for some time, and Kevin Curry I saw yesterday, and he said to extend his congratulations, and he's looking forward to seeing you and see you succeed in this job. She spent some time in Santa Monica, came back, and then, for heaven's sake, she went to Houston and helped open a couple of community colleges in Qatar. And then she's, for the last 7 years, has been president of Truman College in Chicago. And we feel lucky that we have her. What I told her when I talked to her was that I had made a mistake when I talked to the board. I told the board that the most important thing that we ever do is to select a superintendent president, because we turn it over to that person to do it, and we do not micromanage. We just do policy stuff. But I told her that that was wrong, that really what we do is we help our superintendent president succeed, and do that in any ways that we can, and that starts by supporting her and making sure that she's got all the information that she needs and understanding. So we're glad you're here. We're looking forward to working with you, and it's a good day. Thanks.
Okay, Trustee Malauulu?
Thank you. Dr. Romali, welcome back to California. Welcome to Long Beach, and welcome to Long Beach City College. I look forward to introducing you to my community on the west side. You are inheriting a great board, and you're also inheriting a wonderful staff, the executive team, the administrators, everybody here. One of the most hardest working faculties I've ever been a member of, and I know that firsthand, and absolutely the best students. So you are walking into a great situation. We're very excited. I have a confession to make. I was at a trustee conference a couple of weeks ago, and there were people there from Houston, and I asked around about you, and everybody spoke very highly of you. I was just waiting for somebody to say something, and every single person I asked said that you are a terrific leader and you really know how to get people to work together. So I was very excited, and I couldn't wait to bring that information back. So I'm glad you're here to hear it, because I was going to say it anyway. So thank you very much. Welcome, and I look forward to working with you also. Thank you.
And finally, as a former Chicago resident and someone who fled to California because of the weather, I'm glad that you're here. And I know you're going to do a super job, and you have all the credentials to succeed. Plus, what I like, you're a people person. You said in the interview with the Press Telegram today, you're a good listener. I think that's an incredibly valuable asset, and I'm looking forward to working with you. Okay, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Jeff Kellogg?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Doug Otto?
Aye.
And Sunny Zia?
Aye.
And Acting Superintendent President Gable, would you like to make some comments and call President Reagan to the forefront?
Certainly. So I am very excited. I got to meet Dr. Ramali today for the first time. I think we maybe met 15 years ago, but really we had a conversation today. So thank you for taking the time to meet with me. I do appreciate that. I have a lot of information and data dump download to still do with Dr. Ramali. 1 hour just wouldn't cover it all. So I'm looking forward to working with her. And so I will just go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Ramali if you'd like to come up to the podium and say a few words.
Good evening, everyone. Hello. President Baxter, trustees, President Gable, the vice presidents, academic senate president, Kane, and all of our faculty, staff, and adjuncts and students present. I am indeed President Reagan. What I am depressed about is that some students don't know the joke about that, but we will fix that. But please do call me Reagan. I'm just Reagan. And I am so happy to be here and so honored, and just living proof that dreams come true. Jordan talked about that earlier. This has been a lifelong dream of mine to lead this outstanding institution, and so I want to tell you that my dreams have come true today and to thank you from the bottom of my heart for putting your faith in me in this wonderful opportunity and for making this commitment to me. And I want to make some commitments to you as well, that we will do an outstanding job leading the students of Long Beach City College, and you can expect from me warmth and friendliness, an open ear, listening ears, a warm heart, an open heart, unity, and civility and humility and humanity most of all, and shared governance. We make decisions together, and that is very important to me. You'll see that. Accessibility is very important to me. I'm going to be getting out there in my flat shoes and meeting all of you, and I can't wait. But I wanted to say some thanks. First, I want to thank the trustees for your leadership and your stewardship and your faith in me. I want to thank the search committee for putting in so much time and carefully considering the qualities that you wanted in your next leader. And you took a lot of time with that, and I really appreciate it. And you made it a wonderful experience for all of the candidates, and it's been such a pleasure to be a part of the process. I always said that how you come in shows a great deal about who the institution is, and I could not feel more welcome. And I want to thank all the faculty, staff, and administrators and students who worked so hard day in and day out to make LBCC the premier institution in California. It is because of you that I wanted to come here and lead this institution. I admired this institution from afar for years and feel like a lucky dog standing here today, and you did that, and I want to thank you. So I'm looking forward to being here on May 15th, and once again, thank you so much.
Thank you. You want a reception? You want me reception? We will have a reception at 3 o'clock on before the May board meeting, so that more faculty, more people in the community can come. It'll be just right outside in the courtyard of the T building there. So, and we will also invite the selection committee, because these were the 20 people who spent a great deal of time reading over the resumes, and Guy Heston's one of them, and he's here today. And so we appreciate their commitment as volunteers to help us select a president. So we're going to invite them to the reception too, and of course, everyone on campus. Okay. All right, 3.1, Citizens Oversight Committee. Are you giving a report, or is Betty giving a report? Or?
Who's giving the report?
I can. So we have for approval tonight to reappoint 2 Citizens Oversight Committee members. That would be Ms. Elaine McDaniel and then Mr. David C. And then also to appoint Mr. Aaron Moore, who has been recommended and selected by the LBCC Foundation, representing the support organization for the college. So these are up for the board's approval tonight.
Okay, could I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Otto, seconded by Trustee Kellogg. Madam,
Well, discussion?
oh, okay, discussion?
I just had a question on why a vacancy was created.
So there was, well, all of these are being appointed because for Ms. Elaine McDaniel and Mr. David C., their term had expired. They had finished their 2-year term, and so we're asking to reappoint them for one more term, which would be the last term that they would be able to serve. And then for Mr. Aaron Moore, the previous representative, Mr. John Gotts, is no longer a member of the Board of Governors for the foundation, and so we needed someone new to represent the foundation.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Jeff Kellogg.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Okay, 3.2, Resolution Classified School Employees Week.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, moved by trustee Otto, seconded by trustee Zia. Does, Rose, do you want to say anything, or?
Yes, every year the legislature sets aside a week to celebrate our classified employees. And so this week we have set aside the third week of May, which will be designated as Classified School Employees Week. And so during that week we'll also have a luncheon in support and celebration of everything that our classified staff provides to our campus and our students especially.
Okay, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Jeff Kellogg.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Okay, 3.3, change of the May 23rd meeting, board meeting to May 30th.
So moved.
Okay, trustee Kellogg,
Second.
trustee Otto. Okay, the reason that the meeting had to be moved is because on May 23rd, 2 of the trustees would be absent, which would only leave 3, and if something happened to one of the 3 people, then we wouldn't have a quorum and we couldn't conduct business. Are there any discussion?
Yes, who are the 2 that have conflict?
Trustee Kellogg and trustee Otto.
And we're moving the meeting to 4 o'clock that day, and then 3 o'clock we're having a reception. So, is that right?
I don't think so.
Because that's the only May meeting you just announced.
Oh, okay, thank you for catching that. So, okay, closed session will be at 3 o'clock?
Well, 4 o'clock, but we're going to have the reception
Right,
at 3.
oh, yeah, the
right.
reception's at 3. And then closed session at 4, and then the regular meeting at 5.
You know, and another reason, of course, is that that will be the first meeting with our new superintendent president, and I think we all wanted to be here at that time. And my conflict, if it's relevant, is that I have a granddaughter graduating that weekend from the University of Vermont, and it's impossible, scheduling-wise, it would have been impossible on the 23rd to have done that. So that's why I asked to see whether there was some way to move it.
Okay, Madam Secretary?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Jeff Kellogg.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Okay, 3.4, amended conflict of interest code and disclosure codes, Exhibit A and B. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt the amended Long Beach Community College District Conflict of Interest and Disclosure exhibits. It was amended and approved by the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Could I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
Moved by trustee Zia, seconded by trustee Kellogg. Is there any discussion?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye. Trustee Otto, did you have something you wanted to say?
You're moving fast here.
Well, I have a reason.
And I have a reason too.
Well, good.
I bet they're different.
I I guarantee they're different.
No, I just wanted to make sure that I understood what the changes were. I understand that this is driven by the Board of Supervisors who modified the wording within Category 1 and Category 6 of the exhibits, but I wasn't sure. I read the paragraph at the end of Exhibit B and the paragraph at the end of Exhibit A, but I just wasn't exactly sure. I mean, I understand that we need to do this, but what is the change? What words did they add, and why? I think one was about consultants, if I recall.
Right, so under Category 1, they're really just further describing and specifying when a person has to disclose their personal residence. So originally, you can see on the attachment that it was just if it was their personal residence, then it didn't have to be disclosed. Now there's a clarifier that if you rent out a room or if you claim any part of your personal residence as a business deduction, then you need to disclose your personal residence on your Form 700. So that was a change that was made by the Board of Supervisors within the Los Angeles County. The other language change is really just referencing under Category 6, referencing the footnote in Exhibit B, and just to clarify that there is a footnote that consultants and any new positions are included in the list of designated positions. We had requested a change to some of the positions where we added 2 additional positions that we felt it was important that they do disclosures on because they do have significant influence over recommending contractors or vendors for business, and then we updated a title to reflect the new title of an existing person who was doing it. So that primarily wraps up the changes.
So one was to add independent consultants / and new positions. Is that right?
Consultants were always there. It's really the new positions that was added.
And what's the definition of new positions?
It's so that if we add a position, so for example, we're proposing to add 2 new positions, which is the Deputy Director Planning and Construction and Executive Director Small Business and Entrepreneurship Programs. It means that we can request that they fill out the Form 700 before we do this annual update with the Board of Supervisors. So the way it currently exists is the folks that we want to add to the positions, they don't complete the Form 700 until the Board of Supervisors has approved that particular position. Now what it's saying is that if we add a position that we feel needs to be part of the disclosure, we can have them do the disclosure and then get the position listed at the annual update that we do each year.
So it's less cumbersome and more efficient to, without defining what the new position is, make it available should new positions be added, which we've now done.
Yes.
And could do more of.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Start over. Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Jeff Kellogg.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Okay, 4.1, voter participation in elections consolidation. Warren Kinsler is here to give us a wonderful presentation, I am sure.
Good evening, members of the board, administration.
Yeah, Warren, before I start, this is informational.
Yes,
Okay.
I hope.
Me too.
Some of you may already be familiar with the relatively recent legislation, the California Voter Participation Rights Act, which is a response to low voter turnout in local elections, not just community college districts or school districts, but to others as well, cities and special districts.
It gives, the teeth in the bill are that it gives individuals the right to challenge a district's election timing, if you will, when its voters are not turning out in sufficient numbers as defined in the Act. They found that the public that votes in local elections tends not to, and these are legislature's words, not mine, not look like the general public as a whole. And so they're looking to increase participation in local elections by a wide range of demographic groups. And finally, one of the things that becomes apparent in many elections is that if you look at the expense of the election on a per voter basis, you can see that an election held in conjunction with a statewide election date will be much cheaper than an election held in what are called off-cycle elections. For example, April of even-numbered years, March elections. So it's an attempt, as you can see from the slide on cost savings, that the timing of the election does seem to be important. The legislation is supported by some considerable research that the committees that considered the bill looked at in terms of the expense and timing in connection with how the elections are run.
What was the month of the San Diego and LA City elections each, do you know?
LA City, I think, has their elections on, I think they're April or March, and I can't remember, but I think they're odd-numbered year elections, or I know they are from the slide that they are odd-numbered year elections, and that they are not in June or November, although they will have their final election at the June election date. So anyhow, the CVPRA, as we refer to it, certainly includes community college districts. You're a political subdivision, whether you like it or not. What happens with the bill is that starting in January of 2018, and tolerate my reading, a jurisdiction that holds its regular elections on a date other than June or November of even-numbered years can be sued to force a change in its election date if turnout among the eligible voters at one of its regular elections was at least 25% lower than the average turnout in the jurisdiction at the prior 4 statewide general elections. So I'll unravel that a little bit for you. If turnout among eligible voters at one of its regular elections was at least 25% lower than the average turnout, so what you do analytically is you gather up how voters within the district voted in the 4 statewide general elections, and that would be the elections held in November of even-numbered years. And if the turnout at, for example, your last election was 25% lower than the average turnout from the average of November elections, you've got a problem under the CVPRA. There are all sorts of remedies that a court can impose, some being practical and some being not so practical. Attorney fees certainly being a practical consideration in it.
I want to just ask a quick question. I think I know the answer, but under the remedies, it says that the courts could order the County Board of Supervisors to consolidate district elections with the statewide election. I presume that the Board of Supervisors couldn't order us to do that, but a court could directly.
Right. The legislation, legislative history reflects that the timing established in the bill is based largely on Los Angeles County and what the representatives of the Board of Supervisors think they can have in place by the statewide general election in 2022. Okay. So the legislation seems to feel that a court could order the county to do that. How the county would be a party to that litigation, not sure. There are a number of wording issues in the CVPRA, but that is certainly listed amongst the remedies.
I just assumed that the Board of Supervisors would have no jurisdiction over a community college district election, but maybe I'm wrong about that.
They're not going to have jurisdiction in the sense that they can simply reach out and change your election date.
Mm-hmm.
But as you will see momentarily, you can initiate a change in your election date by way of a petition to the County Board of Supervisors.
So there's no parity. But
Sorry?
I understand. Go ahead.
So prior to this presentation, we asked our demographer to take a look at your voter turnout in the last 4 statewide general elections, and you'll see that in presidential elections, turnout was pretty strong. I don't know what happened in November of 2014, but your average, based on those percentages, was 50%. And so
There was no presidential election.
Yeah.
So to assess whether you have an obligation under the Act to make a change in your election date, you go back to the language, and is there a 25% difference in turnout? So it's 50% minus 25% tells you that if your elections don't meet or exceed 25% turnout, you're going to have an obligation to change. And so that we then look at election turnout in the districts prior for elections. The legislation says you look at a election, but irrespective of which of these elections you look at, you don't meet the 25% threshold. So the short answer is going to be that you got to do something. You can, so we don't meet the turnout. Demographers also make the point that there's 2 ways to calculate the thresholds, and one only results in a more difficult threshold that you have to satisfy. If you look at it just in terms of percentage decrease in voters, opposed to the straight percent. Don't bog down on that. There's a safe harbor provision in the legislation. The district can hold its election date on its usual current election schedule so long as by January 1st, 2018, you adopt a plan to consolidate your future elections with a statewide election no later than November 8th, 2022. And of course, that's the date that LA County thinks it can have its voting equipment up to speed to handle all of this. So you could, for example, continue holding your elections in April of 2018 and 2020, so long as you've adopted that plan. It gets you some immunity from a lawsuit, given the shortfall in turnout. The other option, of course, is to make a petition to the Board of Supervisors asking to change your elections to June or November of an even-numbered year. Most of our clients have been looking at November because that has the highest turnout. Your circumstances are different. You have for decades now worked very hard to keep yourselves in sync with the city and the school district elections, if for no other reason than costs, I believe. And so that adds a level of complexity. One of the issues that is still pending out there is whether the CVPRA applies to charter cities at all. There is pending with the state's Attorney General's office an opinion request to address that very question. Phone call, I believe Miles, Mr. Nevin made a call to the AG's office, and they said they would have it sometime in the next 3 months or so. About right? Which
I thought it was right after the bullet train was finished.
yeah, usually if you submit a request for an opinion to the Attorney General, you're going to wait a year or more for a response. So if it happens in 3 months, we'll all be very excited. We'll know a little bit more about what the legislature may have intended here. But I'm not going to hold my breath between now and then. If you wanted my prediction about what they would conclude, I think they would conclude that it's a matter of statewide concern, not just a municipal affair, and therefore that it would apply. The Long Beach City Attorney may greatly disagree with me, and he or she may not be wrong either.
Hey, Warren, may I just interrupt you for a second? The reason why the Attorney General's ruling, are you suggesting that it would be a good point of information for us? What's the relevancy to us as a district?
Sure. It ties back into the district's long-standing effort to keep its elections in sync with the city and the school district. If the Attorney General's opinion comes out and says, no, this is not a matter of statewide concern, the CVPRA doesn't apply to you cities, charter cities, unless you want it to, unless you want to apply it. And so the city may or may not, we don't, as we sit here this evening, know how that's going to come out. And so its relevance to you is, if one of your goals remains staying in sync with the city elections, they may or may not have to change their city charter. I believe that would probably take an election on just the question of changing city charter to read this way.
I'm sorry,
But it put-
what was that again? It would take
If-
an
if the s-
election?
If the AG, for example, concludes that the California Voter Participation Rights Act is a matter of statewide concern, the city would then be more inclined, I would imagine, to make a change in its charter to change the dates of its elections to June or November of even-numbered years, because otherwise they would be vulnerable to a lawsuit under the CVPRA. Many cities are trying to fall within the safe harbor provision that I mentioned earlier by adopting a plan for changing their election, adopting a plan calling for the change by November of 2022. Did I answer your question?
Yes, and so I just wanted to understand, it's not a function of the city's election, it's just a matter of a practice that we've followed, convention in the past, because we've, it sounds like it was a cost saving in the past, and if they, for whatever reason, choose to keep it as is, subject to the Attorney General saying that it's okay, charter cities are exempt, then we can proceed with ours, if we choose to, separate from them. Now, if we do that, would there be additional costs associated with it if we were to do it for November and June?
If the city,
Separate
if
from
it
the
were
city.
determined, or the city did not change its election dates, you would have to go on your own. You would have fewer entities sharing the expense of the election. I would anticipate that that would result in a greater cost to the district for its elections. I know that Mr. Nevin has requested from the Registrar Recorder's Office an estimate of the costs associated with different permutations and combinations of elections. One of the other questions would be, okay, so what's going to happen to the school district's elections, which are also called for in the city charter? They, of course, are not a charter city. They're a school district, and they're going to be subject to it. I suspect that if the answer coming back is that this is a municipal affair, they would continue under the charter. But again, that's really just an unanswered question at this point in time.
Sound like we have a choice in the matter because the law applies to us regardless.
Right. So when the district separated from Unified, when I was 12, you ceased to be covered by the city charter, and on several occasions have sought and obtained special legislation allowing you to conduct your elections at the same time as the city and school district's elections. Nothing there gets you out of this new legislation, which could trigger you to have to change to June or November. You could very well simply move to a June of even-numbered year elections. I think that's when the city would be doing runoff, or they're doing their final election following runoffs. So there would be at least one other entity on the ballot with you, and there would be a number of other issues on the ballot as well. And you could even stay on the same term length and end of term provisions as you currently have with June. Turnout would probably not increase as much as it would if you moved to a November election.
Can I, couple things very quickly. You know, I suspect that when the elections were moved to coincide with the city's elections and the school district elections, it was not only because it would cost less money if they shared a ballot, but if three entities shared a ballot, but also because it might drive higher voter turnout. It doesn't seem to have worked real well in that way, but I'm comforted by, I've got one comfort and one statement, and that is, if this isn't quoted language, but you say in your safe harbor position that the district may conduct elections in April or of 2018 and 2020 without risk of liability if it has adopted a plan by January 1 of 2018, and then this is the language I like, to begin the process of moving its elections to June or November of even years. So if we appointed a committee to do this, and the other point I was going to make is I think trustees should be on that committee because we're self-interested in this. But all we would have to do is to do something that would reflect that we're beginning the process, and if we're bogged down, I don't think I'm nervous about whether they say, wait a minute, you've gone on too long, or
Let's talk about next step. Perfect segue. If you take a look at slide 13, what we typically do, and as we've done for you, it would be to suggest that you adopt two resolutions. Resolution 1 would be a resolution pursuant to which you would ask the Board of Supervisors to change your election to a June or November date in time for your 2018 election, an option. The other the other element is taking advantage of the safe harbor provision by saying, okay, our plan is this for moving to June or November elections by 2022. And basically, as far as we can determine, the plan is not something very complicated. It's saying that if, for example, the Board of Supervisors were to turn down a request, which they haven't been doing, to move elections to June or November, we will just keep trying, keep submitting petitions to do so until you agree or until everybody moves in November of 2022. With that, those are two options. You can, in my mind, this board has the choice of doing 1 and 2, or just doing 2 before January 1 of 2018. Now, assuming that you were to do the first resolution, the petition to consolidate your election, that goes to the Board of Supervisors. It has to go 240 days before your April election, so about 8 months ahead of that. The board has then 60 days to decide on whether to accept your resolution and consolidate your election. It used to be the case in LA County that the Board of Supervisors never accepted requests to consolidate elections. However, they changed policies in 2015, and since that change in policy, they have been granting all requests with two, I guess, notable exceptions. One is the Santa Clarita Community College District settled its CVRA case by calling for a different election methodology, cumulative voting, which the Board of Supervisors is not physically prepared to do with its voting equipment. And then they also denied Montebello's request to change election date, saying that people in Montebello needed to be heard from on the subject of who was sitting on their board, which is not one of the approved reasons for denying a request, but the county board did it anyhow. So if a consolidation request is approved, your election would swing to either June of 2018, term would extend slightly, not really very much, because your terms begin and end on...
Wouldn't it be July? July.
The third Monday in July?
Yeah.
Begin and end on the third Monday in July. And so that really wouldn't change if you went to a June election date. If you went to a November date, there would be an extension of incumbents' term by that period of time. And it would be phased in, of course, over 2 election cycles. In terms of doing Resolution 2, the Safe Harbor Resolution, you adopt that before the end of the year. Let me back up a second. If you were going to make a request to consolidate elections, I would recommend moving on that quickly, because we can't be sure that the ballot, in terms of the county's operations, will not fill up. I will say that the registrar's office has done what I call a stress test of the system, and asked the computers to tell them, asked the computers to assume that each entity in the county had as many candidates and propositions on the ballot as they have ever had. Could we accommodate that? And the answer has been yes. So it's not likely that they would turn down a request for consolidation. But again, based on conversation with the registrar's office, we would still recommend, if you're going to make a move to consolidate, that you do it earlier rather than later.
Just a historical footnote. In Long Beach, several years ago, there was a ballot measure to move the city elections to June, November, vigorously opposed by certain factions in town, which won. which meant that it didn't
2012.
move. What year was that?
2012.
2012. So there are people that believe that they have skin in this game for one reason or another, and so it's not.
It's not a simple question.
Can I just add, and thank you, Trustee Otto. I was one of these authors of that opposition. My question is, I'm hearing a little bit because here we are, the community college, and I'm still not sure. We are in partners with the school district. We're in partners with the city. Somehow, some way, we still are. And my concern is we get way out in front, and I still haven't heard the city or the school district. And I have no problem about putting a plan together, but I get concerned when we start talking about it's a resolution, then suddenly the community college district is out in front of everybody else because the following. I don't even know who's the author of SB 415. Who was it?
Ben Hueso.
Okay, well, there's a
From
bill
San
now
Diego.
running through the state senate by our state senator to move the presidential election to,
The primary. Yeah.
they're moving the primary to line up in April. So, no, we want to be we want to be at the first. We're moving now, trying to move our presidential primary ahead to make California significant. So this is what I'm talking about, where here we are, and I have no, again, put a plan together. I don't think it requires a committee, it's sort of like boilerplate to me. But I would really have a better comfort level if I knew where the city was on this. I've heard that the city attorney probably doesn't agree because there's city charter, because at one time we were part of the school district and we spun off. And I mean, this is lawyer's paradise because it's nothing but confusion. And so I'm fine with, as we move forward, have someone put something together, but I still have a lot of unanswered questions about the city, the school district, because the financial implication is that when we are all sharing the cost, and as Trustee Otto mentioned, I would tell you the arguments in 2012, and I mean, it's not any surprise to anyone else, is that the April election focuses on local races. It's not covered by a presidential, and why? I mean, what a surprise. November has the highest voter turnout. You could probably name the presidential candidates. You're going to have a real tough time naming local elected officials running for office. Therefore, that excitement isn't always there. So I get all the points, but this is a moving target right now. So I just caution as we move forward, which, again, no action, but that's fine. But there's going to be still a lot of things taking place in this, including current potential legislation from Senator Lara about moving the presidential primary. So, and then all the arguments, I won't bore everyone right now about what we heard, but what we got from the voters of Long Beach at that time, and there wasn't a lot of special interest money, so this is one of those, people read the ballot argument, and they actually liked the fact they had an election in April dedicated to local offices, that became the most interesting part. And granted, does it get people excited sometimes? Probably not, but we think it's important. So I just think there's a lot still to be really probably explained better for us to get to that point, but we have till the end of the year. And if we have something at that point, at that point in time, though, I'd really think we need to question it. Ironically, I will mention one other thing that was just, when they talked about moving the election to November, sometimes elected officials are very concerned about what they're essentially doing is extending their term in office, whether they win or not. I normally have my election in April, in June. That's when the office is, July. Here, I can extend my term of office all the way to November. And it looks a little self-serving. It was not a big issue, but it was just one of many that kept coming up in that 2012 debate. But the voters of Long Beach were very clear. The state legislature has now stepped in because they know better, evidently, on how they're going to improve voter turnout. And here we are debating something that has still got a lot more questions than answers. But again, not a problem with moving forward, but with this process. But when we get to the point of resolutions, things like that, I do not want to be in front of the city or the school district, and we're suddenly out there by ourselves with the potential consequences that I have no idea what they are. But I just think it's important we look at it clearly, and we are tonight. But
Madam Chair, can I also ask a question? Has this Senate bill been signed into law? The one that you're presenting on?
Lara's bill?
No, this
Oh,
the
yes,
415.
This is
This is the
fully
law.
up and running, yeah.
Right. So this is a law that applies to our district, regardless of the city, right? You said that earlier that, you know, we're subject to it, regardless of
You're
if
subject
a
to
charter city is subject to it or not. We have to do this.
You have to do something.
Yeah.
You have some options. You know, it all depends on the view of the board on how it wants to proceed. I understand Trustee Kellogg's comments with respect to we don't know where the school or the city are on this issue. If that's the prevailing view of the board, then adopting the safe harbor resolution is a good way to go, the best way to go. On the other hand, if a majority of the board were to say, no, we're ready to make our decision, we want to request, pick a date, June or November of even number of years, I would have you adopt both 1 and 2.
Well, I agree with Trustee Kellogg. I think we don't have enough information that could potentially save us some costs, as it has in the past with consolidating our elections with the city. So I'm in agreement with that. I'm not really prepared to make a decision on a resolution, but if safe harbor is a interim option for us until a certain period where we have more clarity, that makes sense. But I just wanted to make sure and make the distinction that we don't have the luxury of not doing this.
You don't have the luxury of doing nothing.
Yeah, doing nothing, right, and having status quo.
President Gable, would you like to say something?
Yes, thank you, President Baxter. What I wanted to do was put it in perspective of why this is here before you tonight. And really, it's to inform the board, to get direction from the board, kind of which way they wanted to go. The reason we needed to bring it tonight was because if the board gave us direction that they did want to consolidate for the 2018 elections, then we would have to have a resolution passed at our next board meeting in May.
Oh.
That's not something that I am recommending. What I would recommend, and Warren and I have discussed this, is that the board pass a plan. So you pass a resolution indicating you're going to adopt a plan, basically the safe harbor rules, and that will allow the board time to digest it. We can see if Senator Lara's bill passes, how that may impact this and move forward. But, you know, it's just having the information tonight to get the direction from the board. Yes, you want to consolidate, or no, you're not ready to consolidate, and you would like to see a plan coming forward for action before January 1st. So that's really the direction of what I would like to see as a result of the information presented to you tonight, is the direction that you want to give me as the current president, or Dr. Ramali as the incoming president, for what you'd like to see on a future agenda for action.
Do you think we should have an ad hoc committee of 2 board members look at this?
If you think there's going to be data necessary to decide, so I'm going to make an assumption. I'm going to assume that you don't want to consolidate for the 2018 election. And so then it would be, you need to decide on 2020 or 2022 if you want an ad hoc committee for that, or if you want staff to kind of weigh those options and bring forward a recommendation. That's entirely up to the board, how you would like that to work.
Yeah,
I don't know that it needs an ad hoc committee, but if the board wants to, then that's perfectly fine.
And my gut feeling is if ever there's a need for a trustee ad hoc committee, quintessentially this would be it, because trustees are self-interested in this, and given the time frame that we're talking about, which is a month, when some decision may need to be made, it would be good to get 2 people to think about this, to report back and say, you know, that we get this today, and well, I think it's fair to say that what would happen between now and the 30th of May is not going to be a lot unless that there's some vehicle for trustees to be involved. Warren?
I disagree with the superintendent president at my peril. You're required to have, if you're going to do a consolidation resolution, it would have to be filed with the county board by August 12th of this year.
Okay.
So you have,
Well, that's,
it's not a lot of time, but it's
no,
a little.
it was a little bit more. Okay. Yes, trustee Malauulu.
Thank you, Warren. I don't know if you're completed with your report, but thank you for that. I just have a couple comments that I want to make. Whatever is within the law that we're mandated to do, obviously we have to do it. I also want to be respectful of the trustees who are in office regarding the extension of their time and their term. But at the same time, I've had communication with school board members and also people in the community, and the April elections are very frustrating because of the low voter turnout. And I know I'm familiar with the expense, so I'm definitely in favor of consolidating them, whether they move to June or November. If we do set up an ad hoc committee, that would be for them to decide, but it would open up the floor for public comments, and it would give our constituents an opportunity to respond. And also it would give us time to research and adequately prepare in terms of finances and what the fiscal impact would be on the district. So I think probably an ad hoc committee would be a good idea so that they can come back and present that information. Thank you again.
Okay. Warren, do you want to finish? Are you finished?
I am at questions and answers.
Oh, okay. Well, I think you've had a lot of them. Well, yes.
I just want to, I'll take myself out of, because the last thing I want to be involved with, since I am now in an election cycle, there's 3 of us that are coming up, and I personally do not want to be in the middle of something that can dictate my election, that can be viewed as, well, of course, you're doing it for whatever your interests are. And that's why sometimes you also eliminate the elected officials out of the equation. It's important, it affects us directly, and what we're talking about I don't think is challenging, but I just throw that cautionary note out there. And to the point of, I've also talked to, and as I said, the 2012 election, even though that seems like a long time ago, it was very clear about people, how they viewed the April election. Now, voter turnout, we understand that, but I would disagree in that comment about how people, the consolidation, and I'm not going to go into the other factors about what you bring into play, because it's all politics at that point in time, folks. And but nonetheless, if you want to put an ad hoc committee together with elected officials, that's fine. I do not want to be part of that committee. I'll let other people dictate that, and I'll see at the crossroads. Yeah. But I just think it's really, you're walking on very. It's just perception reality. Whenever you have elected officials that are debating their faith in many ways, there's usually not always the best outcome. So I'll just, whoever you want to pick is fine, but I choose not to be considered at all for that.
Okay, Warren, may I ask what you might think is a silly question, but my district is the highest voting district of the 5. It's the highest voting district in the city, the highest propensity voters. Will that change the ballot expense by consolidating the election? I pay actually 3 times more to file for a ballot, my name on the ballot, than some of the other. Yeah.
As I stand here, I'm not sure how to assess your question.
Okay.
If you have, your district, I would assume, corresponds to the Long Beach Unified
Correct.
District in that same area, and that your area has roughly the same number of people in it as anybody else.
Correct.
And I don't think that the number of people who vote determines how costs are allocated.
It does. I didn't know this because they said write this check.
Registered voters.
Registered voters, the number of registered voters. But
Because-
it's at least 2 or 3 times higher, the ballot statement.
Yeah. The ballot statement may be higher, but the costs are allocated based on the number of entities and issues and candidates.
Oh, I see
on the
what your
ballot.
answer. You're saying, I didn't ask would the election cost more for my district. No,
Yeah,
I
you were-
understand
you
that.
were you were talking about how much it costs for you to put a ballot statement out, and it's more given.
That they expect a higher voter turnout.
Yeah.
Just curious.
That it's a different question than
Yeah,
the cost the district pays
Right.
for the election.
yeah. Okay, all right, fine.
Ma-
Okay,
Madam Chair, I just want to make sure we're all clear on what direction we're giving staff from this presentation. Are we going to decide, one, if we're going to do the safe harbor, or if we're going to do a resolution and safe harbor? Is that where we're going? And then secondly, are we going to decide whether or not we're going to have an ad hoc committee?
well, I think Mr. Kinsler has suggested we do both. And
Do you-
I was going to appoint,
Well, hold on a second.
yeah.
Is that what you suggested?
No, you need to give me direction
Yeah.
as to whether, well, the first question is going to be, before you make any decision at all, do you want to have an ad hoc committee considering this matter? You know, I don't have a point of view on that one way or the other. But where that ad hoc committee needs to be heading is a recommendation to the board with respect to whether you're going to adopt 2 resolutions or just
Oh, okay,
one,
that's where I
being a
got the
safe
2.
harbor provision.
So, and if I may, it seems to me that where we are is, since we can't vote on this or really give direction tonight, what we should do is appoint an ad hoc committee to consider this, and then when we come back next month, or I guess if we have until August, July, but we should work on this and think it through. This is the kind of thing that you get at a meeting, and it's like a closed session item in the sense that you get the report the day of your action, and it's complicated, and it's a real estate transaction, and it's hard to do. So since we legally cannot proceed on this tonight, which is fine, I suggest that we get ready to do it, but that the members of the board come back to the board with the full board with having thought about this between now and whatever time we're going to do it.
Okay.
President Baxter?
Oh, yes, Alejandro.
Yeah, I have a few questions. So,
Sure.
is currently the college a voting place or polling place?
Sorry?
Is the college currently a polling place?
Do you have a polling place on the campus? I don't know.
Is it
Judging by
possible
the
to do
nodding
that?
heads, I don't, I
It's not?
suspect they're not.
No, actually, it is possible, because I had a gentleman who was looking for polling places, and he wanted to use the old foundation office. So, I mean, there's nothing to preclude. We might not want it because of liability.
Well, I mean, there are any number of school sites
Yeah, there's
all over
school
the
sites
state
all over.
that serve as polling places.
The thing is, Alejandro, on the polling place, it would be, the people who would come there to vote would be people who live in this area. Not, I don't know the rules if you try to vote at a place that is not your polling place.
Right, for those people who are in the precinct that
Yes.
includes the campus, that could be their polling place.
That's correct.
If someone was from another part of the district, that would probably not be a polling.
Yeah, I just see it being a benefit because if I, get my mail-in ballot and I want to drop it off at the college and I'm already here, I think that's a possibility as well. And that you can do that at any polling place.
I don't know.
To my understanding.
I
I don't have to go to my own if I'm dropping off a mail-in ballot or if I've already.
Yeah, those are called provisionals.
Okay. My second question is, I know the CVPRA, I haven't read it in its entirety. So is there any recommendations for increasing civic engagement or voter participation besides just changing election dates?
Not in the CVPRA.
Okay.
That is what it is about, is election dates.
I definitely see the importance of it, but at the same time, I see it sort of like a Band-Aid legislation where it's just like, okay, cool, let's. I don't speak. I'm not trying to speak out of turn, but I think it brings a bigger question as to what we all are doing to increase, voter participation and civic engagement within our community. And I know we did a lot of work last year in November, and that was a lot of efforts that were student-led. I just think that the district, if we want to continue and provide more support in any way we can, I think that's something that we can definitely do and put our weight behind it, because we want to make sure our students, not only our community members, are civically engaged, but this is a perfect opportunity for you to continue to do that. I'd like to see administration or the college, the district in itself, take more of an active role in that. I don't mean to put you on the spot. It's not your.
I think the cattle prod provision was eliminated in committee, so we're not going to use that.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, well, I would like to appoint an ad hoc committee, and Trustee Zia, would you serve on that committee as someone who is running for re-election?
I mean, this would be just to bring our recommendations, and it's really up to the full board to make a determination,
absolutely.
Right?
Yes.
So it wouldn't be like that we. I kind of
would be
disagree
with
that
Miles.
whoever's on the ad hoc committee would steer the decision making.
No.
That Trustee Kellogg was bringing up. It sounded like that was what I understood. But this is to bring up whether or not we're going to go with a resolution, or we're going to do safe harbor as well, or safe harbor as well as the resolution, correct?
Yeah.
And the timing of when we want to opt for this to be implemented. Is that correct?
That's a fair way of saying it.
That's the
The
role of-
question is it resolutions 1 and 2, or just resolution 2, which is a safe harbor?
And that would be the responsibility of the ad hoc committee to bring up recommendations after research. Yeah, I'm happy to serve on
Okay.
that committee.
And Trustee Malauulu, would you like to serve since you are not up for election?
Sure. I'd like to serve just because I'd like to learn a little bit more about it, actually. I'm curious. Thank you.
Okay?
Right.
So for clarification, we've created a board ad hoc committee consisting of Trustee Malauulu and Trustee Zia. Okay, and I will assign Mr. Miles Nevin to work with that ad hoc committee to explore the options and come back with a recommendation for the board.
Okay, excellent. And does this need a vote? No.
And the recommendation would be brought before the board before August, correct? Is that the expectation?
Yes.
Okay, for the board to make a determination at its August board meeting.
It would actually need to be the July board meeting because it has to go to the county before August 12th.
I got you.
Yeah,
No, later. I
would
was thinking the
recommend.
June meeting.
Yeah, I would recommend that you be shooting for June or July at the latest. August,
Okay.
it's too close for comfort for council here.
Okay.
Why don't we suggest that you try to come up with something by the June meeting? And that gives us some time. Okay? All right, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Warren, for
Thank you,
your
everybody. Good questions.
report. Now, 4.2 sabbatical report. Stephanie Powell is going to dance up here.
May I introduce?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No?
No.
Is it on?
Vice President Long wants to introduce you.
Okay, so it's my pleasure to introduce you to Professor Stephanie Powell from the Performing Arts Department, who did her sabbatical in 15-16 and is going to share with you the highlights of the work that she did while on sabbatical. So, Professor Powell, you are on.
Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to first say thank you to the Board of Trustees, to Dr. Terry Long and Sabbatical Committee, and also our new President Reagan for giving me this opportunity to speak to you today. Today, I will be presenting my research that I conducted over a 2-semester sabbatical. The purpose of my sabbatical project was twofold. I created a workbook specifically designed for the entry-level community college student in dance, and I made a DVD demonstrating ballet technique and etiquette for the student in the dance studio and the performance stage. I divided the semesters so that I could spend the first semester writing and editing and editing text, and the second semester shooting the footage and editing the video. I intentionally designed my workbook to be particularly user-friendly and straightforward for students to navigate through. I wanted students to be able to read through the material quickly and to be engaged, prepared, and excited about joining the LBCC dance family. I titled the workbook Secrets to Dancing Smart, from the studio to the stage. Prior to submitting my initial proposal for my research, I did some research and uncovered that nothing like my workbook or DVD existed for community college students. After numerous classroom lectures and handouts, students repeatedly asked me to create a reader that they could read as a guide on their own outside of class so that they could be better prepared in class. Due to the limited 16-week semester and terribly challenging issues with repeatability, our students have suffered. Students often complain that they have less time in the classroom and are expected to master technique and gain performance skill in only 4 months, which is frankly unrealistic in dance. In addition, for the performance class, we have students who have never been in a dance concert or on a performance stage. As the artistic director of the biannual performances, I am forced to cover issues outside of dance, such as safety, fundraisers, tradition, respect, timeliness, collaboration, and professionalism, and create dances in a matter of hours. I wanted readers to be inspired by this workbook, by not only my perspective as the author, but also energized by the numerous expert contributors that also gave personal stories and informative advice. My experience as a professional dancer with the Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater of Harlem, Lion King, and the San Francisco Opera, and as an academic instructor for the last 15 years, not only informed my workbook, but it also shaped the content and relevance of topics. For example, I focus not only on the serious dancer who has declared dance as a major or minor, but also the recreational dancer and the returning student, which actually make up the majority of my student population. Topics range from how to follow a course syllabus to what a dancer should carry in their dance bag, dance science, kinesiology, LBCC auditorium policies, body preservation, how to take constructive criticism, and even personal hygiene. The workbook is comprised of 10 chapters that offer a variety of tools for incoming students as they embark upon the challenges in dance technique classes, auditions, performances, and exams. Throughout each of the 10 chapters, I included famous quotes highlighted in yellow from dance pioneers that students read about in their dance history courses, along with short stories from professionals in the field, those you see in gray. I had the great fortune of interviewing over 30 working professionals. As you can see in the slide, in the area that is shaded in gray, I included the key points from dancers of all genres. I included photographers, dance critics, musicians, physical therapists, and chiropractors. I crafted a reader that surpassed my original proposal of 85 to 100 pages to a total of 185 pages. I strongly feel that our LBCC students will benefit tremendously, and our instructors will benefit as well, as they can now use it as a tool for their courses. In April, my work and my world was unfortunately interrupted by a diagnosis of stomach cancer for my late father, Dr. William Powell, Sr. After a 4-month horrific battle, my father passed away on September 28th of 2016, just like Jordan's. 18 hours after his passing, my mother was hospitalized, and just 18 days later, my father's sister passed away.
Oh my God.
Needless to say, I reflected on this gift of a sabbatical and was blessed to have the time away from campus to be with my family. It truly felt there was a reason why I waited 10 years instead of 7 to take my sabbatical, and it was approved. As a result of these losses, I felt a huge creative block I went through depression, and I found myself overwhelmed by this immense responsibility that comes with caretaking of my 80-year-old mother and organizing an entire estate. But fortunately, I have this little bundle of joy, my daughter, Victoria, to uplift my spirits and rejuvenate me. And I have dance, my work, my love. So I got back into the studio to teach. I got back on stage and I performed. And I sat down to write and edit again. I went back to Premiere Pro and did my editing software and video production to complete my project. In addition to a lengthy workbook, I spent an enormous amount of time producing a 40-minute DVD with 5 chapters. I titled the video, Quick Tips for the Dancer, from the studio to the stage. Here, I started with the ballet bar and demonstrated all of the ballet technique that starts from the ballet bar and goes to the center floor. Here, I can be seen demonstrating in this position, grand battement en croix. The entire ballet, the ballet language is in French. I also showed a breakdown of footwork, balancing poses, and then I transitioned into the center floor, where I demonstrated jumps and much more. My video includes ballet technique at the bar, intricate footwork, balance, actual center floor exercises and jumps. There are still shots, video, slow motion takes, symbols, and text to describe common mistakes that our students make and the correct demonstration for the movement. Here's an example. On the left, I'm doing the movement incorrectly, where there's an excessive arch in the back, and then on the right is the proper alignment of the body. As the video progresses, I include important elements of dance etiquette in the dance studio and on the performance stage. Here, another balancing pose in PK Arabesque. The technique class is where we also show how students should stand in a dance class so that they can be seen in windows for learning and grading purposes during exams. At the audition, we also talk about what students should not wear. And it doesn't seem like this would be needed, but we get all types that show up for the audition because we're in the community college and we welcome everyone. All shapes, all sizes, all backgrounds, even you can audition for our concert if you're interested. I went into how to stand in the audition and also the formation in windows for wearing your number during the actual audition. These are all things that we have to teach. Students don't know what to do, where to be, how to be, and to show themselves in their number, because the number is wearing your name in an audition. You don't get to wear your name. Your number represents who you are. So if you put it on your back or if you put it on your arm, you know, we may not pick you. So this is a prime example of what they should wear, how to dress, and how to stand. In dance rehearsal, we also talk about how to make an entrance onto the stage. The stage should be a performance, and it should also be a surprise for the audience, not to block the lighting instruments, and also a safety lesson regarding how hot the instruments can get and can burn the students. In dance performance etiquette, I covered commonly used spacing for performance venues. We have the center stage, quarter stage, and the 8th marks that they all will use actually in our May 11th, 12th, and 13th performances that are coming up in the auditorium. We teach them how to dance in the light, where to find the light, and how to communicate with artistic directors. They should leave their first and last name when they leave a voicemail. Tell them the course number, reason why they're going to be late, and their working contact information. Seems like a no-brainer, but it really does need to be taught on how to do things. Otherwise, we get messages like, "Hi, it's me. I'm on my way. Okay, bye." And we don't know who that is and why they're late. So this is a really great breakdown. What's in a dancer's bag? What should they carry at all times? Those are things that I have in that black bag right back there, and they stay with me 24 hours a day in my car, in my purse. They're just things that you often have to have and need. And if not for yourself, it could be part of the dance family. So a student may need something. Another friend may need something. So I teach specifically about helping other students, and if you need, some kind of a toenail clipper or whatever it is, I've got it in my bag because I learned that in the video. I gave advice on what a dancer should carry, including hair, supplies, makeup, and I even created a time-lapsed video on how to make a ballet bun and apply concert dance makeup. Overall, for the DVD, I was the producer, the editor, and the director. I created a detailed storyboard to facilitate the production team and directed 5 days of 8-hour shoots totaling 40 hours to complete. I hired 2 cameramen, a student assistant, and 8 outstanding LBCC dance students to participate. I personally demonstrated all of the ballet technique movement myself at the ballet bar and the center floor. Overall, I invested over 2,000 hours of editing, the video alone. Because I'm a perfectionist, and each clip required separate voiceovers, titles, text, symbols, transitions, zoomed in footage, zoomed out footage, slow motion edits, and in order to be complete, thorough, and easily understood by novice students. Those of you who are familiar with editing and working extensively with technology, it is not always compliant. There are takes that need to be redone, files are corrupted, the sound is unclear, and the list goes on and on and on with the technicalities that can be mind-boggling and amazingly time-consuming. However, as a result of these arduous, laborious, and daunting tasks, truly during one of the most emotional times of my life, I have created a detailed dance workbook and dance DVD that I'm extremely proud of, and it's specifically designed for our community college students. Once again, I thank all of you, the Board of Trustees, our newly appointed President Reagan, and the Sabbatical Committee for this opportunity, as I'm truly grateful for the time to dig into my craft and invigorate an even deeper passion for my love of dance. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Are there any questions?
Well, Stephanie, I've followed you for a number of years, and you truly turned the dance program around at Long Beach City College, and I just want to say we appreciate you.
Can I add something about them? What just happened? So every spring, we go to the American College Dance Association Conference, and it just happened April 6th, and I've been here 13 years, and I think Cherie King was here 30, my other colleague that just retired, and this is the first time. It's a competition, but it's also just performance opportunities, so all of the colleges in the region, community college, USC, UCLA, all 4-year schools, all 2-year schools come together, and there's 4 nights of performances with adjudicators. And we were adjudicated, and for the first time in the 30 years that I know Cherise was here, we were selected into the final gala and performance, which has never happened since I've been here, and we opened the show.
Oh,
so,
wow, great.
Yeah,
Good.
it was huge. Super great.
Okay. Yes, Trustee Malauulu?
Stephanie, I'd like to
Yes.
congratulate you on a really well-done presentation.
you.
I have to share with you that this is the first time, whenever we get our board docs and the agenda for the meeting and we have attachments of presentations, I go through them just to kind of be prepared. When I went through your slides, this is the first time I actually called my kids over to look at your pictures because of the athleticism involved and the posture and, physically what it takes. My kids did gymnastics, so they were very familiar with, the hard work. So it was really interesting to them. They have no idea what a sabbatical is, and they don't know what this is about, but they enjoyed looking at the pictures.
Oh, good.
So thank you.
Well, maybe they'll one day be my students.
Sure,
You
and
know?
also I can relate. I was a journalism major, and I know exactly what you mean, how many hours it takes to do that. I once submitted a final that was 4 minutes long. It took me 29 hours to get those 4 minutes down by the time you lay down tracks and voiceovers. So I know exactly what you're talking about, and I commend you. And I'd love to see the final product if you have any extra. Thank you.
I have the reader. I don't have the DVD with me, but I do have the reader.
That'd be great. Thank you.
You want it?
Sure. Thank you.
President Baxter, may I also say a
Oh,
few
yes,
words?
Trustee Zia.
Stephanie, this was great. I have to tell you, I love reading the sabbatical reports. This is one of my favorites. Just a little bit about my background. My early childhood, we didn't have that much resources, and it was one of the things that my parents wanted us to do, besides just study all the time, was look at gymnastics and dance. And I have so much respect for dancers after being around dancers and the number of injuries. I'm a civil engineer, so it was kind of a dichotomy being in that arena of art, and never did I imagine that it would be this much work. I've never seen such dedication, and it shows by your work. I'd love to get your DVD. It seems amazing. You give us so much pride with our students, with the work you do, the quality of the work that you bring here, and I would love to be a spectator, an observer in your classroom, just to see if it's not, if it doesn't cause any disturbance. It would just be beautiful to watch you in action, and I really appreciate all that you've done your 13 years, and keep it up. Thank you so much for the value you bring to this district.
My classroom is always open. You don't need to email, just show up.
Vice President Kellogg.
Just thank you very much for the presentation, but also mentioning repeatability at the very beginning, especially after that last conversation we had. Once again, Sacramento is here to help us, and they came up with the repeatability with all the best intentions, and it's been a disaster in so many ways, your area among others, and we're still trying to address not only Long Beach City College, but the state of California community colleges, this whole repeatability issue. So when you were talking about that, I think of the previous issue we were dealing with, and we're from the state legislature, and repeatability wasn't a legislative; it was the governor, board of governors, et cetera. But nonetheless, I appreciate the fact you did bring it up, and the whole presentation. Nobody brought up the question of why do you have a tennis ball in there, but
I know. Foot.
you put it on your foot, and away you go. And,
I can teach a whole class.
Yeah, it's and
Not
so
just for your foot.
Don't having my daughter go through dance until she got into high school, and the fact of even in athletics, because she was playing sports. But it wasn't a joke either. I told my son, I wish we would have put you in dance, because in athletics, it is critical. Footwork is everything. Dance is how your footwork is, and so it's hard to tell athletes sometimes that. But if you don't have good footwork and you don't have good posture in how you do things, everything else sort of falls out. But and it would have benefited him tremendously if he would have taken it. But that's another story for another time. But anyway, thank you very much for the presentation.
Well, it's
Very
never too
informative.
late. Send them over. I think my oldest student, my second year, was 81. Yep. And he was right next to a 17-year-old. So I said, you do triple pirouettes, you be careful. You go slow. And it was an African dance class. He loved it. He was amazing. It was one of those, this is the repeatability. He came back semester after semester after semester. It was his lifeline. And after they cut it, he's gone. Yeah. And I don't know if he's alive. I think that African drum kept him alive because he kept coming every single semester. Because back then you could take it 4 times. And then now it's 16 weeks and we say bye-bye. It's sad. It's really sad. But the kids want to stay. It's gotten to the point where they've asked me, and I won't go anymore, but they've said, Miss Powell, if I fail, can I take it again? Like asking, can I fail it? Can I intentionally fail the class so that I can come back? That's where we are. They don't want to not dance. So they're trying to figure out ways to get back into the class. They don't care about the grade. They just want to be in the studio. They want to perform. They want to be with their friends. And stay in shape, Yeah. Any other questions?
Trustee Otto?
Great presentation, and you're to be complimented not only for the book that you put together, and also for the video. But I think when you spend as much time as you have on something like this, you've always got that to reach back to, and you know that you can do that. And it will be of great benefit to our students. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Okay, we have 4.3, the LVCC Foundation, and is there anyone who's supposed to introduce them? So I don't make a faux pas.
I can if you would like. So it's my pleasure to introduce Guy Heston, who's the president of the Long Beach City College Foundation, as well as Liz McCann, who's the executive director of the Long Beach City College Foundation. And they're going to be giving us an update on what's been happening with the foundation.
Thank you very much. Thank you, President Baxter, and to the entire Board of Trustees for the opportunity to be here and give you a brief update on what the foundation is doing. As you may know, the Long Beach City College Foundation is an independent, nonprofit organization. We were established in 1978, and our mission in life is to raise scholarship funds and grant funds to support the students, faculty, and staff of Long Beach City College. We're governed by an executive committee and a 100-member, almost 100 members of our Board of Governors. I would say that all of the Board of Governors, like myself, are volunteers from the community. And the reason why we do this is because we love Long Beach City College. Many of us are alumni, including myself, of the college, and we recognize the value of what goes on here and feel an obligation to give our time, to give our talents, and to give our money to the college so that today's students can be properly supported, go forth, and do well. We also have a full-time staff of 3 members, including Liz McCann, our executive director, and we have 4 part-time employees who run the day-to-day operations of the foundation. This is our mission. Again, it's all about raising funds to support students. We currently have an endowment of $14.2 million. One of the things that we're very proud of, I'm gonna have to put on my reading glasses, is that since 1978, we've raised over $50 million to provide scholarships to support students. We also raised $6.5 million separately to fund the Long Beach College Promise Scholarships. And one of our current goals is to create an endowment that would permanently fund the college scholarships and the College Promise Scholarships. This pie chart here, and I won't go into too much detail, but we just wanted to give you a brief summary of where our money comes from and where our money goes to. Gifts from members of the community represent the most significant income for the foundation. And the second most significant part of our income is the college's Goldman Sachs 10,000 small business grants, and those run through the foundation but go back to the college. And as you can see, we run a balanced budget, and we're very careful and mindful of the fact that it's important that we keep our administrative expenses to a minimum because we want every dollar possible to go towards scholarships and supporting today's students. During the past year, we provided nearly $1 million in scholarships to students. In addition, we provided another $500,000 in scholarships for the Long Beach College Promise. We provided over $30,000 for faculty and staff grants and nearly $1 million for college program support. Finally, we provided $10,000 to support the LEAD Academy in support of the college. A couple of years ago, we decided it was time to just step back and kind of take stock of all the things that we have accomplished, but more importantly, where we wanted to go in the future. And so we did extensive outreach to the community. We did extensive outreach to alumni, to students, to faculty, and staff. And we came up with a 4-point strategic plan. As you can see, we want to remain laser focused on scholarships. It's very important that we keep our eye on the ball, and moving forward, that we understand that our purpose in life is to support students and to provide scholarships so they have the funds to graduate from the college and be successful. At the same time, one of the things that we discovered was that when we talked to alumni, and we talked to a lot of alumni, was they have a very high affinity for the college. They have a very good feeling for their experience, but most of them, frankly, are not in touch with the college. And one of the things that we heard was that they're willing to get involved. They're willing to support the college, but we've never asked them. So one of the things that we want to do is to build a very robust alumni program. Right now, our alumni program, we do the best we can, but quite frankly, with just a very small staff, we only have a few hours, really, each week that we can just get a basic alumni program going. And we think moving forward, that's our biggest opportunity to grow and provide additional support to students, is by having more capabilities to reach out to alumni and really form a formal alumni program that might be more along the lines that you would see at four-year institutions, for example, where we really reach out and engage people who've been to the college, who understand what goes on here, and who are willing to support. But we have to have a mechanism to reach out to them, to engage them, and ultimately to ask them to support the college. Among the things that we've done in the past year, and I'm very proud of the first one, is we hired a new executive director. After many years of service, Dr. Baxter retired, and we knew that there were big shoes to fill, and we're very pleased to have Liz. We did the proverbial nationwide search, and I was on the search committee, so I know we talked to a lot of people, and I'm absolutely convinced that we got the best person available. She's Long Beach through and through, and she knows the college and knows the community, so she's going to do very, very well. We also increased the staff to handle expanded roles and responsibilities. One of the things that we need to do, because many of the scholarship funds are designated to go towards a certain program or a certain part of the college, and we have to be very careful that we have the infrastructure in place to honor the wishes of what the donor wanted, to make sure that if they wanted to support our fabulous dance program, that we make sure that that money gets to the dance program in the way that the donor intended. We also developed a new memorandum of understanding between the college and the foundation so that we're clear what you guys are doing to support us and what we're doing to support you, and make sure that all the roles are clarified. And then, as I mentioned, we feel very strongly, and the college indicated to us that it feels very strongly that developing a robust alumni program is an important thing, and so we're looking to partner with you in order to do that. You can see here on the slide there our new logo. We're very pleased with that, and one of the things that we wanted to do, we'd used the old logo, and it was fine, but we hadn't updated it in a long time, and we thought it was important as we reach out to more people in the community, present a more contemporary design, yet one that recognizes and is closely tied in with the college's design as well. We also expanded our President's Circle with many new donors. The President's Circle is the highest level of donations, if you will, to the college, and we're reaching out to more people to try to expand the number of people who are involved in that program. We hired an associate director of the foundation, again, because we've grown to the point where we felt it was really important to look inside and make sure we had the proper infrastructure in place so that as we go out into the community and ask for more support of the college, we have the infrastructure in place so that we're able to do that. And these are some of the other things that we've been working on, and I'll let you look at them at your leisure. What do we want to do during the coming year? As I mentioned, we're interested in hiring an alumni director because we think that's going to give us the most bang for the buck. And the way that we have that set up is that eventually that position becomes self-funding, meaning the only reason why you would want an alumni director is so that you develop a robust alumni program that reaches out to people in the community and generates funds back to the college. in order to do that, we need to develop a better database of our alumni. Where are they? Where do they live? And how can we reach out to them? We're looking to create and implement an annual fund program to further expand the President's Circle. And this next to the last one is very important because we're getting ready to celebrate the college's 90th anniversary, and we have in mind to throw a big party and have some fun and take the time to celebrate all the wonderful things that the college has done over 90 years. And then lastly, want to begin planning for a more formal capital campaign, as I said earlier, so that we can permanently endow and fund the Long Beach College Promise Scholarships. That's, in a nutshell, where we've been and what we're doing during the coming year, and I would be happy to answer any questions. If they get real technical, Liz will step in and make sure that you get the right information.
Okay, thank you. Trustees?
I have a few questions.
Okay, Trustee Zia?
Thank you for a great presentation and for being here. You have to forgive me because I am either going colorblind or I can't make out the colors on page 5 on which is which. So how much revenue are we getting from college grants for Goldman Sachs? Is that
the pie chart you're talking
yes,
about?
Yes. Is that 765,000 or which grade are we?
That's the 1.2 million. Is
Oh,
the
okay.
Goldman Sachs revenue.
Goldman Sachs.
1.2 million. And how much is out of that? How much is do we retain?
I can answer that question. The majority of the funds go directly back to the 10,000 Small Businesses program. The foundation takes a very, very minimal administration fee on that grant of 0.5%.
Okay, so it's not reflected in the expenses, is that right?
Yes, it is, Trustee Zia.
Oh, which one is it?
1.22.
Oh, okay, I got just the grays are a
I
little
know,
bit.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's operator error on my part. And how much what is the 1 point? How much is the operating cost?
The operating costs last year in our audited financials were $429,910.
And the 700,000 is what again?
Those are program.
I gotcha.
Yeah, program support.
Okay, great. And then can you speak about what you're doing for Mr. Heston? If you can speak about what you're doing for our homeless students. For our homeless students, we have approximately 2,000 homeless students. What are you doing to support them?
Yes, we just today recommended some grants. It hasn't been formally approved by the executive committee, but there's a wide variety of grants that we fund, many of which benefit homeless students. For example, we provide funding for books so that persons who are not able to afford their books have an opportunity to get their books. So that's funded at both campuses. One of our associate groups is a homeless task force, and Dr. Baxter could certainly talk to that.
I sit on that task force.
Okay, so there you go.
I think she was baiting you a little bit, but you gave a good answer.
Well, we certainly want to see more support for that, Mr. Heston, and I encourage you to look into that if you can with the rest of your board. It's very near and dear to our hearts. The last question I have is on, I think it's page 9 or is it 10? What is the last bullet about thorough review of foundation travel program? What is that about? Can you?
Oh, yes. The foundation has run a travel program for many years, and the purpose of that program is to organize self-funded trips that go to different places in the world. And while they're on those trips, it's typically people from the community. And so what we're really looking to do is not just to take the trip, but to build an affinity toward the college so the people who go on those trips come back and they feel more inclined to give to the college. So what we decided to do this year, because we've run that program for about,
30 years.
30 years, yeah. And it is, and we've been very careful to make sure that it's self-funded, so there's no expense to the foundation. All the costs associated with the trips are paid for by the people who go on those trips. But we thought it was wise after this many years to just sort of step back and have a look at the program and see what are the benefits, how much time does it take for us to, get all those things organized, and to what degree are we able to establish a nexus between people who go on those trips and giving to the college, because that's ultimately what it's all about. And so we had an ad hoc travel committee, and they've just issued a draft report, but no action has been taken. So that's why it says just a review of the program.
I see. I could tell you that program has, in my constituents have given rave reviews on it, and they've said, they always talk about it and said they look forward to that kind of, it's given us quite a bit of branding that, look, it's a bonding mechanism and has reciprocity from what I've heard from my constituents. But of course, you're the experts and you're doing a thorough review. I want to commend you both for doing such a great job. I look forward to getting these reports. Is this something that you're planning on coming back on a periodic basis? Is that something that you're envisioning?
I would look to you, whenever you would like us to come and give an update, we're more than happy to do that, because we want you to be informed of what we're doing, and we also want to hear feedback from you about how we can be even better in supporting the college.
Sure. And what can we do to better support you?
I think we're in good shape, all things considered. But, to cut to the chase, because I know you apparently have something later on the agenda. I'm sorry, I haven't seen the agenda. But one of the things we spoke with President Oakley about, this was a couple of years ago, he felt very strongly that in preparing our strategic plan, that we needed to look at developing a robust alumni program. And so we talked to alumni and found out that, yeah, there's a lot of support out there, but we have to take the time and the energy to do that. If you're familiar with alumni programs, they are time intensive. You have to devote a lot of time to developing programs, databases, and actually contacting people. And so the past president, Barry McDaniel, and myself met with President Oakley and said, we can run an alumni program, but we can't afford it. We need to figure out a way that we fund this. And the idea that we came up with was that the college would provide initial, I'm going to call it seed money, to get the program up and running. But there would be a clear understanding that the program is designed to be not only self-sufficient, but a revenue generator for the foundation. You don't want to run an alumni program unless the bottom line is you're bringing funds into the program so those can go back out to students, faculty, and staff.
So this seed money, would that be, let's say we don't get reciprocity from it, what happens then? Do we get the seed money back?
Well, that would have to be detailed in any, I'm assuming there would be a memorandum of understanding or some kind of agreement. But, the thought was you don't want an alumni program unless it's going to be a successful program. So the question becomes, how do you get it started? And certainly, as a good business practice, you would want to conduct a review of it, certainly every year, to make sure, okay, what are the goals? Are we making sure that it's an effective program, that it's achieving what we want it to achieve? Is it ultimately generating revenue for the foundation? And if it doesn't, then we wouldn't want to continue doing it. There would be no point.
Right, so is that a matter of giving you a loan to test out whether or not it's effective, or is
No.
it just a matter of
It's a matter of
investing?
seed money in order to get the program up and running. And certainly, with our memorandum of understanding just in general with the college, we understand that you periodically want to look at every dollar that goes out and make sure that it's an effective use of the funds that you have. Just as with our endowment, we have to be very careful that we're investing it properly, we're getting a good return on investment, and that we're doing what the donors wanted us to do with the money they were kind enough to leave to the foundation.
Trustees, if I could answer, in 1982, the Associated Student Body hired a full-time alumni director. It happened to be Jerry Florence. And so the alumni program was going very well, but then when the budget cuts came, that position was eliminated, and so the foundation took it over But we didn't have the funds to hire a full-time person, and so several people before Nancy Yoho were under the foundation as alumni, and she does a terrific job. But it's not hiring somebody for this is 16 hours a week or 12 hours a week. It's a very limited time.
Right, and just to chime in on that, Jenny, Nancy's time was really split. She worked 10 hours a week and had other really large responsibilities outside of alumni programming that included overseeing our strategic plan and its implementation, and also our Hall of Fame event. So her time was spread very thin. And I know there's been a long history with this position with the college going from full-time to part-time. And really, we see this as a tremendous capacity builder for the college, for us to have a person who's truly dedicated to building a program for our college. And I think the return on investment will be tremendous. So like we said, we want to just get this going. It's seed funding, it'll be sustainable, and then I hope to see it grow beyond just the single position, but to further positions as well, so we can really have a truly fantastic alumni program for this college.
Trustee Kellogg?
Well, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I mean, we always talk about doing this on a regular basis. Just a little bit, the uniqueness of what the foundation is, the structure of how it is. And I looked over at Trustee Baxter because we're sort of like talking as if she's not here, but she was the executive director for the longest time. That organization was run on rubber bands and bubble gum. And I said at the time, and by the way, then at that time, executive director of the foundation, Baxter, asked me to be part of the strategic plan that came up with a lot of goals. And either I really ticked them off, but then you asked me to be on the transition to look for a new executive director. And now one of the vice president of the board is the liaison to the foundation. So I just can't see to get enough of you guys. But the point is the foundation, the critical side to it all, and the structure it has right now and what it was in the past, we realize that cannot keep going on. You're not going to have that type of scenario, former faculty members, so on and so forth. And so the whole idea of the planning process is taking place to take this foundation into the future and what is realistic. And what's realistic is this college is heavily dependent upon this foundation to help make programs that we all take pride in and a lot of credit for, and that's things like the College Promise, with all the funding that goes to students. And the next logical step, and so when you said that about seed money, so on and so forth, I sit here, and the college has to make a commitment to the foundation. And I look at the foundation of keeping the expenses low and every available dollar going to the students through grants, et cetera, and really that's what it's there to do. So I don't look at this as a loan, a seed, so on. I look at this as a commitment of the college. Also, I know there's economic bad times. There always are. But it frustrates me to no end is when I look at the bad times and suddenly we don't have student activities, intramurals, we can get rid of those. We can get rid of those. That's the classic cutting off your nose in spite of your face. We need to be committed as a college, a board, to supporting the foundation, to do an alumni. That is a critical component to take us in the future, to build up all the things we want financially. And so when this eventually moves forward, I'm obviously very supportive of, and I think it's critical that we continue to be supportive of this foundation with these type of individuals. You cannot continue to do what you did in the past, where everyone was doing, bits of here, bits of that. It's absurd to think it's going to be effective. And to say these are going to be the cuts bothers me. It really does bother me to no end. These should never be the cuts because this is this is what's going to help our students. So I'm glad you came here, did the presentation. I'm glad you had the ask in there, but I'm looking at this alumni director as benefiting the college, where we make a financial commitment, but it's also going to benefit the foundation, and in the end results, it's going to benefit our students and all the programs. I'll just make a point again, because once again, the travel program was essentially, this lady right here ran that travel program like everything else. She leaves, and basically everything about that travel program was in her head, which is great, but we understood that there need to be policies and procedures in place, and that's what really prompted it again. So many things that have taken place in the last 12 to 24 months has begun to reshape this foundation. and to take it into the future. And I mean, as appreciative as we are, that was just one of those steps of having that review of how we're going to have clean policies and procedures in place. So I should say you. So great job, great work what the foundation has done. When you go to the events and see all the impact it has on students, and we as a board have to make sure that we continue to support the foundation in ways like the alumni director, fund it, whether you're going to fund it or not, we need to make a commitment in those areas. And I'm going to just sit there. If it's one person that's going to drive $10, $15, $20 million, that's a pretty good investment. And so I just don't ever shortcut yourself on that one as we move forward. So it's been my pleasure to be the liaison when I'm there at the meetings, but this foundation is critical, and it will continue to be so. But again, we as a board have to be supportive of you as well in a lot of ways. And we're never going back to, we're not in Kansas anymore. And Jenny, for all the work she did over the time, we're now taking it to the next level. And you're moving in that direction, and I'm very proud of that and all the work people have done to make this foundation, this college, what it is. So great job, great presentation. I look forward to when we can be more involved and directly involved with the foundation. Is that a good enough plug for the foundation?
Thank you. I'll pay you later. Thank you. Okay, Trustee Otto.
So I was listening to you talk about raising all this money for scholarships and how that happens, and then I was pleased to hear that some of the scholarships are available to students for other things than just transfer or continuing their education or things like this. And I know that you have the last 2 years given $10,000 to the LEAD Foundation to do their retreat as kind of the beginning activity. And in your presentation, it says that the Long Beach City College Foundation's mission is to raise funds to support the college's outstanding and evolving learning environment. And you guys are obviously, you're just doing a terrific job of doing that. And I think that since in '78, when they founded the foundation, we were living in a different world. The world that we were living in was all about access. And so we needed to help students out, but really what we were doing was getting people in here, and the way we're funded and everything else, people got up short, they needed scholarships. We've worked that pretty well. But I think that we live in a different world now, and we're not only interested in access, but we're interested in the success of our students. And so I'm wondering whether the mission language is broad enough to do the things that the foundation might do to further student success. We've learned in the last 10 years that there are all kinds of different things that help student success, and some of them are counterintuitive. But I just want to make sure that the foundation has the capacity, if you think it's appropriate. You are a separate 501c3. We don't tell you what to do. But that alignment between the vision that we now have as opposed to the vision that we did have, I think is very important for the foundation to be in sync. Do you think about that? I know I've talked to you about it, Liz, a little bit, but do you have any thoughts?
Well, as the chair of the Strategic Planning Committee, before I got this gig, that came up with the strategic plan, the first item on our agenda was to develop a mission statement. And I always hesitate to revisit that because that probably took a good 100 hours of meetings. But your point is well taken. And one of the things that we intend to do probably in the next year is, as we update the plan, to ask ourselves that very question. Is the mission statement still what it needs to be? And I think your point that today's students, and we absolutely recognize this, that the needs of today's students are dramatically different than the students of even 10 or 15 years ago. And part of the reason we came up with the plan was we understand that we have to evolve to make sure what we did 10 years ago to provide scholarships is not what we need to be doing today or 5 years from now. And we want to stay ahead of the game and make sure that today's students are being supported in the best way that we can do that.
As we move away from this, what they call cafeteria style of community college education, and in the direction of guided pathways so that students are, we work with our students to find out what they want to do and whether they pick particular programs or they, opt into meta majors that can become more specific later on. It's a whole different world out there of what students need and what can be supplied, and I just want the foundation to be a part of that. And if somebody would have told me 10 years ago that we would be where we are now with this success initiative and that it's really sort of taken over the entire country in terms of what the goals are, and we're doing that because of reduced state funding all over the country. We're doing it because of the fact that right now we're starting to declining enrollments. It's a different world, and we need to be nimble so that we're aligning our resources, including the foundation resources, with what we're trying to do, which is to get our students through.
Okay, Trustee Malauulu?
Thank you
I
both
see you
for-
typing.
Thank you
got
both
your
for,
whole speech there.
No, a great presentation. I have a regret, I have a question, and I have a suggestion. So my regret, and Jenny knows my regret, when I was a faculty member, I never applied for a foundation grant. I just don't know why I never did, and I paid for a lot of things out of pocket, and I regret it. So now I make it a point to tell a lot of, because I was adjunct, so I didn't think I would qualify, and Jenny told me, yes, you would. We get a lot of requests. So
Get one now.
I was just gonna ask, can I, submit receipts for, 5, 6 years ago? But anyway, I do appreciate the support that you provide to faculty, and I do make it a point to encourage faculty to apply now, especially when I tell them my experience that I never did, and some of the things, they get expensive, and being able to take, especially students to industry events. A lot of times I had to pay for admission tickets for students. So thank you for doing that. My question is, I actually had a similar question to what Trustee Zia asked about the foundation travel program. I just want to know what percentage of the budget does that fundraising, because it is a fundraiser, right? The travel, the trips, those are fundraisers. What percentage of the budget do those trips constitute?
You mean in terms of net, I'm going to call it
Yes.
profit to the
Sure.
foundation from the
Sure.
trip?
Is there an amount? Like, for example,
Want me
each
to,
trip, maybe you can
answer
do it
that?
per trip
I've
or
done,
annually?
We're looking at right now an average from, we could only pull up 16 years, so we can't go back, unfortunately, all the many years that our wonderful trustee Baxter has run this program. But in looking at the data that we have on the past 16 years, it averages about $5,900 a year.
Okay, so in terms of a
But wait, Vivian, let me
$20
just
million
answer.
budget.
And this has been my contention. You can't count just the money that comes in, which is basically
Right.
commissions from travel agents and little tiny checks. Where the money comes in is planting the seed for bequests and major gifts. And people who travel are not poor people. You're a poor person, you stay home.
Right.
So you're dealing with people with discretionary income. So it's a very difficult question to answer.
Sure, it's building a relationship with them and in the
Absolutely,
future. No, I get
yes.
it. I was just curious as to what percentage the fundraising, but I do agree that the long-term
Yeah, the
benefit-
long term is quite
Sure.
large. And we just haven't tied, we have lists of travelers and we know basically their giving history and it is significant for
Sure.
some of them, yes. So
Sure.
there's
and-
the kind of like the little nuts and bolts that we can follow
Right.
in our accounting, and then there's obviously like the bigger picture long term pieces as well.
Sure, and I really do appreciate that component of it. As far as my suggestions, so I'm a CSU alum from Northridge and Dominguez, and I'm on their email blast, and sometimes I go to their mixers, and I've attended a lot of events where families are involved. And I'd love to sit down and share some ideas with whoever you hired to direct your alumni network. But they had something like, a kayak paddling in Naples. And a bunch of us alumni took our kids, and they were able to raise a significant amount of money where they'll have a cocktail hour or happy hour and not as many people will show up. So it was very strategic organizing of events that would appeal to different populations. And in one of the surveys, they sent an alumni survey, what would, cause you to help more, or what would inspire you to help more. I wrote a few suggestions, and I was really pleasantly surprised. I'm sure I wasn't the only person who suggested these things, but I made some really specific suggestions that I saw about a year later. One of the suggestions I said is I would love to sponsor. I don't like to just give money. I don't want to give $100. I want to know that $100 is going for something specific. And one of my examples is I would be happy to purchase a cap and gown for a graduate. I would be happy to purchase books for a freshman. Well, when they sent out the alumni help letter, those were line items where if you wanted to send $100 to pay for cap and gown, or if you wanted to send $100 to pay for books, and I was happy to do that. And they also offered an opportunity for an alumni freshman luncheon if you wanted to just have a mentor for a one-day mentor. It wasn't a long-term relationship. So just as a suggestion, if you guys would consider that, or I would love to sit down and, those are great ideas that you can tap into, and they're on the website. You can just go to their website and check it out.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things that we want the presumed new alumni director to do. When I said, those things, they're great ideas, and we would love to do them. We can't do them with the resources we have right now.
Sure.
So alumni programs are labor intensive. And so the time and effort it takes to reach out to alumni, to get them to an event that is meaningful to them, whether that be a mixer or kayak races or whatever it might be, is labor intensive.
Sure.
But it's designed that, just for what you were saying, someone goes to something like that and says, I want to support that program. Or an element of each event is opportunities to give specifically to the college in a way that's meaningful to the donor.
Agreed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It was an excellent presentation. 4.4, guided pathways.
Hi, yes, so we have Dr. Terry Long and Dr. Greg Peterson are going to be doing the presentation on where we are right now with guided pathways.
Thank you, President Gable. So are you ready for a speedy ride down a guided pathway with Greg and Terry? Okay, so let's get started. Just a definition of what guided pathways are: comprehensive college-wide approach that provides educationally coherent programs that align with students' career goals and educational goals. One of the things that's very cool as we move towards more work in the guided pathways area is that guided pathways absolutely 100% align with our college's strategic plan. So when you look at the goals, these are the 4 goals of our strategic plan, you can see very clearly a common theme here, which are all supportive of the Guided Pathways initiative and work that we have been doing and will continue to do, including helping students stay on a pathway, if you will, ensuring students are learning on that path, helping them complete and reach the end of that path, improving college readiness for our students, expanding our partnerships, which of course we've been working with Long Beach Unified and Cal State Long Beach for a very long time in creating these pathways, and then professional development all along the way. So the primary principles of guided pathways are that you focus on the entire student experience. You must integrate interventions and supports on these pathway maps, and you should always start with the end goal in mind. What is the educational or career goal of the student, and then map that backwards to be sure that we're providing the support, the direction, and the check-in points, if you will, along the way. So the primary elements of our guided pathways are that we are going to create and have been creating and have started to create these clear roadmaps to student goals. When you come into the college, we're going to look at that as an on-ramp into a structured pathway. The pathways you can kind of get on and off and you can change along the way, but we really do need to provide some clear direction to our students. In addition to that, once a student is on the pathway, we want to track them and check in with them to make sure that they're making progress and align all of our support services with our instructional programs and align our outcomes for both programs and courses across all of our programs.
You can see that this work has been laid out over multiple years. So we've engaged in it this year. We'll continue to work on this and build upon the work over multiple years through 2019-2020 as we fundamentally change the experience for students at the college. We have also been very fortunate. We're one of 20 colleges in the state who have been selected to participate in the California Guided Pathways Initiative. This is built upon previous work that was done with the American Association of Community Colleges, AACC, on guided pathways. They've tailored the model specifically for California. So the goals of that, again, as Dr. Long has already mentioned, really is focusing on that integrated institution-wide approach, on providing those clear educational program maps, and then really all of our efforts is to complement the work we're currently doing in student success. We have been asked to put together a initiative, Guide Pathways Initiative steering team, and Dr. Romali has already expressed her excitement to be a part of this team. Dr. Long is our team lead, and then myself, Acting Superintendent President Emery Gable, our Academic Senate President Karen Kane. We have brought on one of our amazing faculty members. She's here tonight with us, Kim Anderson, as our Guided Pathways Coordinator, Dr. Bagg, and then Ms. Amy Smith, who is our Director of Career Pathways. The structure of the Guided Pathways Initiative is around 6 institutes over the next 3 years. And so we've done preliminary, we've just barely started in putting a core team together. We'll start getting information, and we anticipate that we will be checking in again with you in the fall after we've had at least 1 or 2 of our sessions and talk about where we're going and what we've learned. And then finally, just as a reminder of some of the work that we've been doing in Guided Pathways that we're building on, as Dr. Long and I presented earlier this year on the College Promise, the work we're doing with the electronic pathway maps across all 3 institutions. We're implementing a new structured dual enrollment program that builds right into pathways starting at the end of the 10th grade. And then there is money in the governor's tentative budget for Guided Pathways, $150 million, that we're hopeful will come to additionally support this work.
Any questions?
Yep, President Baxter.
Alejandro.
Yeah, so going back to your steering committee, I kind of understand the reason why there's not really a student involved in that because it's a 3-year project. But at what point in the development of this guided pathway model or these creation of, curriculum kind of alignment, will students be engaging with both the steering committee and kind of in the decision-making process, I should say?
Absolutely. Actually, we're using design thinking in the development of the pathways. So as we create a prototype, if you will, we're going to need to ask students what you think of it. Does it work? What's missing? Give us some guidance and advice. So Kim Anderson is kind of spearheading the effort for the maps themselves, but it's absolutely important for us all along the way to ask for feedback so that we create a map that makes sense to students and that really has all the things you need. So we're also, as Dr. Peterson said, those institutes, even though you just saw the core group of our steering committee, if you will, the institutes may actually include students attending those along with others. So it's not just us that will be going, board members, staff, students. So depending on the focus of the institute, we will create a team from Long Beach City College to attend. So I'm certainly hopeful that, well, I don't know, maybe as a lead, I will go to all 6 of them, but we will certainly mix it up in terms of that.
Anyone else? Okay. Doug, Doug?
Yeah,
Trustee Otto?
just quickly, I got back from New Orleans today, where the entire AACC conference was built around guided pathways. And there were literally dozens and dozens of sessions about what community colleges all over the country are doing to be successful with their I think the most impressive presentation was by the guy who did the strategic planning at Georgia State University. That's not Georgia Tech or the University of Georgia, it's Georgia State. And the message that he gave was, we've been doing this, we know how we're doing it, it's working, and we are graduating and progressing. And progress, by the way, is not measured by retention. It's measured by people making progress towards their goals. But they are now graduating Hispanics and African Americans at a higher rate than the general population because of the programs they've put in place. And because the other component, obviously, is equity. But I think what everybody said in New Orleans was how daunting this is. People suffer from initiative creep or initiative overload, and there's something new, it seems, every few years, and so that's why it's so important to do what you're doing, which is to get everybody on board singing from the same hymnal. And I love the Friday night programs where people can come and talk about these things, get to know each other. There were 8, I believe, faculty members in New Orleans from Long Beach City College that were drinking the Kool-Aid and learning about these things and talking about it. And we all went out to dinner one night, and I mean, it was just you're looking how to develop champions, people that understand it, people that believe in it, people that because the great thing about education is that we're not measured by widgets. You know, we're measured by these eureka or aha moments where people go, okay, let's do this, let's get this done, and they have fun. So keep up the good work. It's very rewarding.
President Baxter, I just have one question on this slide 10. What is the K-16 electronic pathway maps? Can you speak?
So if you remember the last presentation that Dr. Peterson and I did, we talked about the Long Beach College Promise Innovation Award, the work we're doing with Long Beach Unified and Cal State Long Beach. We've identified the 8 pathways right now that we're working on, 6 disciplines, and math and English remediation. And so our hope in that work, which was the $5 million that we got, is to create electronic web-based pathways maps. First, of course, you have to create the sequence of courses and all the supports, but we are hopeful with the work of the Long Beach College Promise Innovation Award, the guided pathways work we're doing, that will be our end result across all 3 institutions. So basically, I mean, it's hard to visualize when you don't really have it, but something that you could say, I'm interested in health, and you click on it, and it would show you what courses you could take in middle school or high school, what the careers are, what the salaries would be, what kind of education you need, and you can kind of click your way through, if you will, to the end goal for whatever that career educational goal would be. So when we say electronic pathway maps K-16, that's the LBUSD work going all the way to and through Cal State Long Beach.
Okay, and I'm assuming this also includes diving into the career technical education courses.
Absolutely. The on-ramps and off-ramps, but Kim Anderson is working with the departments on the maps right now, and the maps include maps for certificate completion, as well as degree completion, as well as transfer. So yes, all of the programs that we have to offer, our plan is to create a map for all of those. So you could have an end, if you would, like finish on the road, and you can get back on and continue if that's your choice. But on-ramps and off-ramps are really important to the guided pathways maps.
And then does it explore pathways to careers?
Really, that's the way you should start. All of them is by career first. And so on the slide that we had earlier, whoops, going the wrong way. Going backwards, start with the goal in mind and then work backwards. So it really is a different way of thinking is, what do you want to do? What is the career you want? And then work backwards on that in terms of mapping it out. So it's a whole different way of thinking about things. It's not what college do you want to go to and then picking your major and then once you get finished going, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? Now it's, what do I want to do? And then let's show you the pathway to getting to that end goal of what do you want to do for your career.
That's fantastic. It sounds very similar to other systems, other models in the world. Like I've seen overseas, that's how they start. I remember when I was exploring wanting to go to my undergraduate years, my father did that research, and I had the good fortune of having him provide that. Look, this is a good paying career, and engineering and auditing obviously came at the top in his world, and that's why I picked it, and we worked backwards. But I'm very excited about this, Terry and Greg. This seems to be very promising. Is this something that we're going to get more data as we go along, or what's the sequence of rollout, or what are we looking at in the horizon?
We can certainly provide you with regular updates, and it would be an integration of multiple efforts. But as I said earlier, what's great about it is everything aligns with our strategic plan. So the work we're doing is focused, and it's really purposeful. So if you wanted an update, say after that, we're going to do some major work with some departments over the summer. Kim Anderson's going to work with some departments. Maybe in the fall, middle of fall, we would have some actual maps to show you, which I think would give you a better idea of what one of these pathway maps look like. So we're happy to come back and report. Also, we have an event on May 18th, Long Beach College Promise, the work that we're doing on the Innovation Award. We have an event at Cal State Long Beach where we'll highlight the work we've done thus far. And so that would be another opportunity for you to see what we've been doing with the Innovation Award work.
Okay, and
so we'll get an invitation to you now that I've mentioned it.
Do you also invite industry and have partnerships with industry folks that can potentially provide guidance to our students as far as what careers they can entertain and explore?
Oh, that's absolutely part of the pathways mapping. This event is more to highlight to the community the work we're doing in our Long Beach College Promise collaborative with the 3 institutions. But absolutely, if you don't ask the industry partners, what are the jobs, what is the salary, what kind of education you need, what soft skills do you need, then we're not going to create a good map. So we absolutely have to do that.
And it's May 18th. Can you give that information again?
Yeah, it's May 18th. I don't know what time. Can I send you the invitation?
Sure.
It's our culmination of the Long Beach College Promise Work Innovation Award, and it's at Cal State Long Beach.
Great.
So we can send you that.
Great job. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. College branding, 4.5.
Terry and Greg, I just want to say good job.
Yes, so I will turn this over to our Executive Vice President, Ms. Luann Bynum. First, I want to send my apologies to Dr. Pam Cox-Otto, who is here. John asked for this to be the last on our presentations because he thought he would be late coming from New Orleans, and I didn't realize it would be this late when we got to you. But Luann, if you want to give a preview.
I will. Thank you, Acting Superintendent President Gable. And also thank you very much, Dr. Cox, for your patience. I know we've been sitting here since 5 o'clock and we're working our way through it, but I don't think anybody's going to be disappointed. I just wanted to preface this by saying that about 18 months ago, we initiated a strategic campaign to take a look at a number of things at the college, including branding, and we finally got around to that. We initiated that process last summer, brought Dr. Cox on board. She's with Interact, and she's done, among other things in this process, a whole series of focus groups with the community using very high quality academic research that has helped us to be able, I think, to provide you with some exciting things for branding. She's a former resident of Long Beach. She's the CEO of Interact. And again, thank you for your patience, and I'll turn it over to her to be able to walk us through this.
Thank you. It's good to be here. And I was Rio Hondo, little bit away. I was the Rio Hondo Public Information Officer when Hilda Solis was the chairman of the board. So it's okay. I'm having flashbacks to board members I have and board meetings I've attended. It's a good experience. Thank you so much for allowing us this time. I'm going to walk you through the basic background of how we arrived where we arrived. But the piece that I want to let you know is there's so much more research and deeper data that came out of this that one of the things we've talked with John Pope about is sharing that in the future and letting that become part of planning information, because this was a deep dive into community background, and while the brand is a powerful piece that came out of it, there were a lot of other pieces of information that I think leadership and the board would find very interesting. So with that, I'm going to give you a little bit of a background. First of all, I should tell you that Interact is this year 20 years old, and we only do community colleges. That's all we do. We don't do widgets. We don't help downtown retail. We don't do universities. We like them. I graduated from Cal State Long Beach with my master's, but our heart is with community colleges. So that's why our core approach is to do what we do, to come up with things that allow community colleges to compete well and to do well within our communities. From my perspective, I want to give you a little background about what a brand is. It's not simply a new tagline, a new theme. From our perspective, it's not disposable. It's meant to be something that has legs that lasts. I was at AACC as well, and I got a text from a couple of friends of mine at Pierce College in Washington State, and they were having a gala fundraiser, and it's the 10th year that they've had a brand that we did for them, Possibilities Realized, and still growing strong. They just had one of the largest fundraising events they've had, and it was basically futures realized, and they were raising money. So it should be something that lasts. It's also supposed to be the best self of the college. And when I say that, I mean it's the way that the community views you, but it's also the way your internal folks view you. Because I can tell you from personal experience, the people that will break a brand are your own internal people. If they don't use it, if they don't adopt it, if they don't live it, right? They'll get bored with it and they'll say, oh, let's try something new. The community will just then be getting used to the idea that this is the brand. By the time the college will be going, let's move on to something else. So you want something that lasts and that will, in fact, resonate for the entire college and that will differentiate you from all your competition. This is the greater Los Angeles area. You can't swing a dead cat without hitting a community college anywhere around you. So it's very important that while we want to be able to be partners with people around us in the local colleges, we also want to compete well against them, because we want to be able to shine a light on what makes you unique. So with that, I'm going to walk a little bit into the background of how we did the research. This is a really, I think it's a lovely flowchart, but I have an unhealthy relationship with flowcharts. First of all, it starts with, we do basically qualitative research, both internal and external, focus groups with both faculty, staff, current students, and then business leaders, alumni, people in the community. From that, we generate questions, and we come down, and you see under number 3, we do a community survey, random sample, 500, trying to find out what people actually believe about you. Then what we do is, coming out of both the qualitative and quantitative information, we come up with fake brands. And I tell you they're fake because what we're doing, and most of you, if you've done research, you know, you tell people you're measuring this, but you're really measuring that. We tell them, help us make these brands look good, what do you think, and how would you fix them? And what ends up happening is they try to fix them. Well, they're not fixable. They're meant to be kind of, be all that you can be, things that they've heard. But what it does is it forces them to come up with words that have meaning to them, that have power, that resonate. And so when they try to fix it, they give us, in a sense, a roadmap psychologically to how they see you, how they want to talk about you from a position of strength. From that, we develop the final brand and then graphics. And that's kind of the overview, except for when we were doing the attribute research, both internal and external, 10 focus groups: high school, current students, working adults, faculty and staff, administrative groups, and then interviews with leaders of the college. We also did the 500 survey. We also split it, 50% landline, 50% cell phone. If we don't do that, we oversample folks who are staying at home. I mean, if we do the cell phone, we tend to oversample younger audiences. So it's meant to split it. And finally, these are the groups that we tested the fake brands on and said, help us fix this, make it stronger, make it better. So with that, I'm going to go into the findings and how we eventually arrived where we arrived. These are the things that the focus groups told us they valued about you. And they popped in each focus group in different ways. When we were doing the analysis, these are things that kept coming up. Diversity, quality education, improving campuses, the money that you've been putting into your facilities has not gone unnoticed, that you ease transitions, that you're about options, opportunities, community support, innovation, connections, caring and supporting faculty, and of course, unique community. So that's what folks said they valued about you. But what we don't know is, well, that's 10 focus groups, that's nice, but we don't know how deeply held they are. I can tell you that I value, chocolate because it's brown, but that's not true. I value it because it's sweet and chocolatey. So we want to see how people really feel about things. So to do that, we took those and boiled them down into these attributes that we could test in the community. And when we test it, we ask 3 sets of questions that all go together to make a variable. One question is, how much do you value this? For example, modern facility. How much do you value modern facilities? The next one is, how much do you associate that with Long Beach City, right? And the last one is, how much do you associate that with their competition? And when we say competition, we don't tell them X college or Y college. We ask them to pull up in their head whatever college they think is your competition. And by the way, that's part of the information that we would love to share at a later date about who popped up in terms of people's competition in people's minds by audience group. So we take those 3, we put them into a variable, and what it helps us do is allow to see things that are the winner. When you take those 3 and you turn it into a variable, some things are above the line, some things are below. And here they are. What you can see is modern facility, yes. Unique community, yes. History, legacy, no. Diversity, yes, yes. Southern California vibe, not so much. Local pride, yes. The underdog, yes. Community, connections for students, not so much. Supportive, yes. Innovative, not so much. Premier destination, no. So, what came out of the focus groups, we then measured with the group, and across those 3 items, we came up and said there are certain things that you are winning at, certain things you're not winning at. And the one thing we don't want to do is to build a brand around something you're not winning at, right? I could have a personal brand. Pam Paxata. Tall, slender, blonde. It would never fly. In my head, I might want to think that that's who I am, but the reality is that's not who I am. So many times colleges do brands like Long Beach. Start here, go anywhere.
I like that.
The most done brand in the universe. And one of the things that it doesn't work for is not everybody wants to leave town, right? Go anywhere. Maybe it's an emotional go anywhere or go in your career, but it doesn't fit for everybody. It doesn't work for faculty. It doesn't work inside the organization. So what came out of that were these core elements that we knew we could build a brand on. And what we began to do was to make up the test statements that I told you are the emotional wells, where we're basically trying to see what resonates. So we turned them into these statements: against the tide, world at your doorstep, here for you, rise up, Long Beach original, do-it-yourself education, let your flag fly, real, unique, futures in progress, wave of the future, off the beat, where it all comes together. Don't look at those and hate them. They were never supposed to be a brand. They were simply meant to be a way for us to focus people on the value elements. So you look at this, and you can see that where it all comes together: futures, here for you, wave of the future, world at your doorstep, real, unique, rise up. Those all did kind of well. The other ones, not so much. But truthfully, we don't care about this part as much as we care about this part, which is the words that they use to try to fix them. Things like connections and opportunity, history, community, growth, focused, resources, diversity, strength, improving, welcoming, investment, promise, support, change, dedicated, success. So those words are the words that got used literally across all of those bad brands. They kept trying to make them stronger by using these kinds of words. So what it got it to is that it took us through a journey through what they think about you, what the groups feel. We narrowed it down to things that you owned, and then we tried to go broader with power words within the community, and that's how we've kind of gotten to this point. So the Long Beach City brand, and let me, one of the persons who came up a little earlier was talking about Tier 1. This is the slide that we always show when we talk about what we're trying to do in a brand. A brand is not just for your students. A brand is for your staff, for your faculty, for you to talk about, for your alumni to be proud of, right? Tier 2, it's for the communities focused on community needs. You are their college. We want the community to feel like they see themselves in this brand. And because so many of your programs are focusing on career and technical training, transfer, professional development, it's important that the brand work when you're trying to do those other unique functions that the college does. And then finally, it's meant to help set Long Beach as a leader in the area, a regional leader. It was mentioned earlier that you're one of 20 schools going through Guided Pathways. That's a leadership role. Guided Pathways is now in its, they're just now trying to roll it out and get it going. And to be on the cutting edge means you've got the resources to think ahead. So we want to be able to have something that captures all of that, from the relationship with the student and their families and your internal people, to the relationship with the community and the broader region. So with that, we saw that you're perceived as a different sort of two-year school, both by the community. There's a sense of pride, resilience, even defiance. People kind of enjoyed the idea that people think you're an underdog. But what people kept coming back to was diversity, community support, a unique place, a unique population, collaboration, cooperation, and finally, this is the place where there's becoming and growth. So with that, and I think the cat was out of the bag, Long Beach City College, stand together, rise above. And this is usually the moment where, you know, I see some head nodding. I'll always see somebody going, what do you mean by that? And let me kind of pull it in. First of all, it's, you know, one of the things that I kept hearing tonight was working together, sharing resources, accomplishing things when you pull together. That came out loud and clear through all of the research. Stand together, rise above are all power words. They all have to do with movement, agency. So they're bold. They're big and bold. But from us, this builds on community pride, but it also works on an individual level because it's about opportunity. We stand together. That could be faculty. That could be students. That could be the community. That could be individual families. It's about opportunity, drive, and about education and the power to lift us up. So with that, let me, I say it always has to work with all of the audiences. Let me take a moment and show you, because That's probably the easiest thing. So here are some treatments that we came up with to show you how this can be powerful and a really unique way to talk about what you do in the community.
I like this part.
Not just a community college, a college community. Stand together, rise above. I've always supported my family. Now they're supporting me. Stand together, rise above. This one's for CTE. I know that there's a lot of movement in CTE now. Teaching the skills that create California. Stand together, rise above. Long Beach City College. It works for transfer. I transferred to UC Irvine with no debt, but plenty of confidence.
I like that.
Stand together, rise above. I hope you're beginning to get the idea that it doesn't matter what course you're on. This allows us to talk in a powerful way about the kind of wonderful things that education creates when we all come together. First generation, I'm going places nobody in my family has gone before. Stand together, rise above. Faculty, as I mentioned earlier, it's important to me that a brand should be able to talk about the things within your organization that make you proud. I don't just instruct, I inspire. Stand together, rise above. And this is faculty and staff. We stand together so our students can stand out. Stand together, rise above. Business. Working together is what sets us apart. Stand together, rise above. It's endlessly customizable, it's flexible, it's short, it's sweet. There is no function that you do at this college for your community that this will not work for. It will become a rallying cry for your college and for your community. And how do we see it going from here? Well, we literally had to sit down and stop playing because we could come up with 10 years of campaigns very easily of how this would all go together. But for example, one of the things that we think that's kind of fun, stand up, stand out, stand apart. Reason to take a stand, good standing, stand and deliver, stand by, stand for, stand your ground. You can see that there's lots of ways this can be used about agency, about taking control of your life. And we also wanted to see you look at doing something like Long Beach standouts, right? So you can talk about everybody from, you were talking about an alumni association a little earlier. Long Beach standouts is a great way to talk about the alumni that have come through here. Faculty, staff, it's a way to kind of bring that all together, focus on narration on what they've really accomplished. It would work as a great campaign. How do you rise above? That also works with social media campaigns, etc. From our perspective, one of the things that we always try to do when we deliver a brand is say, how could this work in a variety of mediums? And we've shown you a lot of print, right? We were talking when I was first rolling this out to various groups, and I can see a commercial. I started out as a news reporter in Eureka. And one of the things that I can absolutely, you've all been to graduation days, right? I picture a commercial where you're not showing the graduate or the platform or anybody, I'm gonna make myself tear up, anybody wearing a cap and gown. What you're gonna show is a family sitting on those benches, squeezing each other's hands as they get ready for their graduate to walk across, right? Whether it's grandma and mom and dad and a little sister or a brother, or it's just grandma. We did a series of ads for Brazosport in Texas where it was a family and the grandmother was the heart of the family. It doesn't matter how many people it is, but it's that moment when you show them taking pride. When you do graduations, you always talk about how, we want to thank the families, and usually we give applause. I think this is one of those areas, from family to faculty. I can see a spot where faculty are all sitting a row, right? Watching somebody that they worked very hard to get through school graduate. Clearly, I've drunk my own Kool-Aid. I apologize for that. This is the reason why we only work with community colleges, because, it would not work. I hope you see the possibilities. I hope you feel the pride. I hope you feel what it means that this college stands with its community, that they stand as a group to take on educating the next generation. Works for athletics too. Stand together, rise above. I mean, there's literally no undertaking that we think it won't work with. So with that, questions?
Trustee Zia?
I think Trustee Malauulu had a question
Oh, okay.
first.
Trustee Malauulu.
Thank you. This was so fantastic. I have to tell you, I've drank your Kool-Aid proudly. I think this is fascinating. I'm a statistics person, so I like these numbers. It speaks a lot of volume as far as our community. One of the questions I wanted to make sure I don't step over, the student group that you focused on, who were they?
I don't know. We asked the college to put together a representative sample of like first-year students, and then we picked up second-year students by doing an evening group. So exactly how that was all comprised, those are the details that when we pull it together, we don't have the ability to reach into your college and grab students. So we had 20 vocal people who were your students.
Okay, so 20 students sat on this group.
They were one of the focus groups. And we also did, let's go back to the focus group list. It's a long way back.
Are you thinking Cabrillo High School?
Yeah,
Okay.
there was a high school group as well.
Just trying to move the meeting along.
What we're trying to do when we do this is we're trying to get all of the prevailing attitudes that are kind of out there and capture it. So we do it through pulling in different groups, and that was
And that's okay. Just one of the other questions that I have that it was a little bit unclear. It's on page 13. So what do you mean by connections for students? Like how they feel connected to the college, or what does that entail?
It doesn't. What we did is people kept telling us that Long Beach connected them to whatever they had in their mind they wanted to go. One of the things you were talking about in guided pathways was helping people to their goals. Goals is whatever in their head they have as their goal. So connection was to the point of whatever they thought they wanted to connect with. This is one of those areas where we use what's called strategic ambiguity, which is we're trying to, when I say who's the competition, I don't tell you community college competition or four-year competition. I just say competition, so they fill in the blank. So connections is meant to be whatever you think you want to be connected with, and that's how that plays out. Now, in the focus groups, when they were talking about them, right, they talked about connections with faculty. They talked about connections with jobs, with employers. They talked about connections with other students. So once again, it didn't come out as being a single focus. It came out as being many connections, which is why we left it strategically vague.
Okay, and one of the fascinating outcomes that, at least from what I can tell and from your presentation, is the local pride. And it's a dream of mine that we have our students study, live, and work here in Long Beach, in our greater Long Beach community.
Sure.
And it seems like that is something that is there, and I'm hopeful we can foster it. Is that a right inference I'm making here, or?
Let's say
Am I
that
off?
there's a sense when you're from Long Beach, there's a sense of being from Long Beach that you carry even if you go elsewhere. So there's a kind of a core, I'm not from one of the other beaches, I'm Long Beach, right? I'm from the Heights, I'm from the Shore, I'm from wherever you're from. That resonates and sticks. Now, does it mean that they stay here? Not necessarily. But I think you will. When we did this, each of the focus groups was literally between an hour to an hour and a half long, right? We basically took all of that data, had it transcribed, and then we coded it. When you're ready to see the coded data, I think it'll lay the foundation for some of the things you're interested in, because people talk about the sense of Long Beach pride, what makes that, how you could grow it, those kinds of things.
Okay, and what are the next steps? Is this something that we're looking to launch and implement? And
Sure. Well, the next steps are
Socialize.
we're going to build a campaign, and we're going to shoot commercials, and we're basically all of those pictures you saw are not real people. Those are all stock photos. We want, when this rolls out, to be real people. I want your dancer. I want people that when people see that, they'll go, I know him, I know her. Your own students. I think that will really let this have power. So we've got, I don't know exactly what date, but it's coming up shortly in May. We'll have a crew here. We're working with John to put together a full-fledged, this is, what I showed you is a taste. We'll put together a full campaign that will be launched. Whether it should be launched in service of fall semester or save it and roll it out perhaps with all faculty and staff at fall, I don't know, but we'll have the materials done in pretty short order. So we're working on that. So you'll have choices.
Yeah, we're planning on doing a soft launch at commencement, and so we're working with John to figure out, as folks are coming in, how can it be on the screens, for commencement, before we go to the live feed, so that the stands can see what's happening on commencement. So there will be a soft launch there.
That's great. Thank you so much. It was an outstanding presentation.
Okay. Anyone else? Oh, Vivian. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I got goosebumps listening to it, and I appreciate the amount of time. I understand the qualitative and quantitative research that you had to compile. I really, really like the stand together part, and I hate to be critical, but I'm an English teacher, and the rise above, ending with the preposition, I have a hang up on. I don't know if anybody has given you that feedback. I attended a couple of the meetings, by the way. I was at some of those meetings, and I kind of sat in the back and just listened to the feedback. But I just asked Anne Marie if it was set in stone, if it was final. But if it is, it's great. It will definitely serve its purpose. If it isn't, and you can take suggestions back to the table, I just don't like the ending with above. Maybe reach higher, stand together, reach higher or something. So, but that's very minor in comparison to the great work that you've done. One of the things that I've been trying really hard to do is to revamp our floats. LBCC has a very healthy parade presence, and we roll in a pickup truck that's like, it's embarrassing. And I believe that we would evoke more pride in the community when people see a float maybe shaped like a Viking, or with the Viking, carpentry work. I think people would be more likely to say, that's my school, that's where I went to school, or I've heard students say when they see one of the council members uses a canoe in her parades, I've heard people say, oh, that's dope, or that's nice, and they feel pride that that's their district. Sure. I'd like to do the same here, so I'm really happy that you spent so much time on the feeling of pride that our community can get, the alumni, how people really have ownership. So maybe taking that into consideration, something as small as a parade float, which I know the ASB students have been working on ideas. Sure. But it all feeds into the same branding and ownership, and also having something that you identify with that makes you feel proud, like a mascot. So I appreciate the work that you've done. Thank you. And my rise above is a peanut in comparison to the magnitude of this great project. So it's not a big deal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
President Baxter?
Okay. Oh, yes, Alejandro.
Yeah,
Boy, you're quite talkative tonight.
Thank you.
That's good.
Okay.
That's good. That's good.
So I do appreciate I guess I lost my train of thought now. Thanks. So I appreciate some of the ads that you put on, especially with the conversation you had around diversity and kind of the ownership of the community as well and the students. And I guess just speaking from my own perspective, I really liked the one where you included a first-generation student. I thought that was amazing. I can't tell you, I think it was maybe like 2 months ago where I attended a different trustee meeting that wasn't our own, and then a community member, or it was actually a public official, that walked up there and said, I haven't really seen a first-generation student in a couple years, and I was just taken aback. I was like, it took everything out of me to literally not stand up and introduce myself. Like, hey, I'm a first-generation student. I don't know what bubble people live in sometimes, but it's really awesome that we take pride in that. It's the message, it really does resonate just with me specifically. And I can see it being long-lasting, with the direction that we're heading with Guided Pathways. It's definitely something that we're going to do together. And we're definitely going to stand together, and hopefully, the end goal is to rise above whatever we've, faced throughout the years and whatever obstacles we will face in the future. But it's great, and it was great to see this presentation. It was an amazing presentation, so thank you for that.
And Pam, maybe you don't know the answer. Why was Cabrillo High School selected?
I don't know. We said we wanted to do a local we said we needed to be in high schools, right?
No, I
We said pick a
understand
high school that you think either you don't have a strong grouping in, right, that strong attitude, or one that you would like to be in, and you want to see kind of what they're, in a sense, it's not where you're strong, it's where you're weak. So we asked that. Now that I think about it, I probably should have asked. I have one of my best friends in the world is an assistant principal at Wilson, and I volunteered there when I lived here. So,
But Jordan is the largest feeder school. At least it used to be. I think it still is. More students come here from Jordan.
One of the things,
And I didn't go to school in high school in Long Beach. So.
Sure. One of the things that we try to get, we thought that by getting your first-year students and some of the other groups, we probably had a pretty good idea of people who liked you. We were trying to get the attitudes of people who don't like you quite so much, because they'll also say things like, they'll say things that are less flattering, and that allows us to kind of find the thread of things that even if they don't love you, they still think about you. So there's a method to the madness where we're
That
not
makes
just
sense.
trying to get all the folks that are your
Okay,
Supporters. Dr. Baxter.
Now, Trustee
that made
Kellogg
us-
went to Jordan High School.
Yeah,
so.
and we were just curious why you made
Sure.
that selection of Cabrillo, because
So I can help answer that, I think, a little bit. Cabrillo High School has a really diverse demographic and cohort of students that are first generation. They have a majority of Hispanic students. One of the things we found out in the strategic communications plan that we did, that the students who knew sometimes the least about us were the ones between 16 and 22.
Yeah.
And so, they knew of us, but they weren't quite sure about us. And we were able to get a good cross-section of the students at Cabrillo to be able to respond to that, I think.
Okay, thank you.
it's coming from a St. Anthony's graduate too, by
Yes,
the way.
I'm sorry about that. An old St. Anthony's graduate.
Thank you.
Oh,
That's
you're-
good.
okay.
No, you answered. You asked the question. I was curious. You got a good
Okay.
answer.
Thank you very much.
Well,
thank
thank
you
you.
for staying through the whole meeting.
I actually enjoyed it. It tells me that it's been a long time since I've sat through an entire board meeting.
Well, we're not done, so
Yeah,
don't
we're
go
not
anywhere.
You're more than welcome to stay to the end.
Take a break.
Thank you.
No, I think we're going to go pretty fast now. I hope. Okay, consent agenda. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately if a member of the Board of Trustee so requests.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of any that are being requested to be removed.
Second.
Trustee Baxter, I'd like to also pull item 5.18. There's one item that we need to pull from that particular agenda item.
5.18, is there anyone else who needs to pull something? Well,
So
then,
the motion will reflect that
yeah,
the consent calendar approval with the exception of item 5.18 for
Right.
discussion.
okay, Trustee Kellogg and Trustee Otto, did you second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Okay, 5.18, oh, too fast. Okay, who made the motion? Trustee Kellogg made the motion to approve with the exception of 5.18, and it was seconded by Trustee Otto.
Thank you.
I think we can vote on that.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye?
Jeff Kellogg.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Otto.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Okay, 5.18.
Okay. I'd like to pull item for employee ID number 0630277, 39-month reemployment list for medical under the classification of Admissions and Records Tech 2, Admissions and Records Department, slated for April 26, 2017. We've had a change in status, so we need to pull that one.
So the motion will be just to lay the item over?
We're going to pull it completely.
So just pull the item, not lay it over, just the motion will be to pull the item.
Right.
I'm sorry, not the item of 5.18, it's this piece of the
yes,
item.
that
Okay.
particular piece.
So we
within
can
5.18.
approve the rest of it.
You moved it for discussion, and then we were correcting the last page, removing that employee number from page 5. You'll approve the rest of the document. So we have a
Approve
motion.
the item 5.18 with the exception of?
With the exception of the item I just identified.
The last item.
Yes, which is the very last item on that particular agenda item.
I'll make the motion to approve the remainder of the items for 5.18.
Okay, Trustee Zia, it's been already made. Do we have to approve?
Well, don't we have to amend it?
To approve 5.18.
Well, with the exception of
Exception of
that,
that one.
because that motion hasn't been made.
Okay, okay, Trustee Zia?
I
Trustee
think we need
Otto,
a
thank you.
second.
So this is to approve 5.18 with the one exception.
With the exception of the last personnel entry of the 39-month employment list,
then
number
we'll
blah,
go
blah,
and
blah,
do the whole
admissions
consent
and
calendar.
records technician
Then
on
we'll do
page
the whole
5.
consent
That
calendar.
is the motion.
Yes, that's the motion.
Can we take a vote?
Baxter.
Aye.
Jeff Kellogg.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Okay, and now we go back to the whole consent agenda, which has been moved by.
We already approved the,
But did we vote on that?
yes, we just did.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Before this item.
Sorry. Okay, and then number 6 we've completed. So now we're moving to 7.1.
Yes.
We've already concluded 6.1 and 6.2. So 7.1.
Move to approve the resolution for cash flow borrowing from Los Angeles County Treasurer.
Second.
Okay.
Question.
I got to write this down. Okay, 7.1 was moved by Trustee Kellogg and seconded by Trustee Zia.
So I have a question.
Oh, yes.
So the recommended action is that we adopt a particular resolution to authorize the short-term borrowing of up to $105 million from the Los Angeles County Treasurer as submitted. If we pass this, how long does this authority last?
Just for the 17-18 fiscal year.
Okay, so it lasts until next May, June, end of June, I guess, June of 18? Okay, and does it, I'm getting a little slap happy here. How does it go away? I mean, does it just by operation of law?
Yes, the resolution is specific to the 2017-18 fiscal year, and so it just terminates at that point in time.
Okay, any other questions? Oh, call the question. Go ahead.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Jeff Kellogg.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Okay, 7.2. Okay, it's been
Second.
moved by Doug Otto and seconded by Trustee Zia. Are there any questions?
Yep. Now, this one, I noted, this is short-term borrowing of $30.5 million, and I'm just curious as to why we need this on top of the other one, and I'm sure there's an answer to that.
Yes, so the first one was to allow the district to borrow cash from the county treasurer.
Right.
This one is to borrow cash from ourselves amongst the various funds that we have, so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the reason I'm just slightly concerned about the optic is, what is our budget, or is it $140 million? I mean, what's the total number? We are developing the ability to borrow more money than we think we're ever going to spend in a year.
What these resolutions are for is if there is a situation where the state isn't paying us our apportionment timely, then it would give us the opportunity to borrow cash amongst ourselves. We don't anticipate that we're going to have to. There isn't anything in the January governor's budget that is proposing deferrals for community colleges.
Right.
But we're doing it just in case. To answer your question, how much is our budget? If you count the bond funds, we're about 3/4 of,
but without the bond
750 million. Without the bonds, the unrestricted general fund is around $110 million. Our restricted general fund runs around $30 to $40 million. So we're close to a $200 million operation, excluding the bonds.
I probably, obviously, am not an accountant and don't know exactly how this is, but it seems funny to me that we need the authority to borrow everything. That it's like saying, well, there could be an earthquake and Sacramento could fall into to the river, and they won't give us any money, and now we got to go do this. But I mean, maybe it's just silly. But is there any breaks on this? Do we ever say, well, realistically, we think it's going to be this much. It could be this much, never any more than that. Let's double that to make sure that we have it. But this just allows us to go back with not really coming back to the board to say, okay, we really need to do this now.
Correct. What we're requesting is authorization to be able to borrow the cash if we need it. So this is where we're asking the board to give us that ability. If we did not do this in advance and a catastrophe occurred, then we would have to wait for a board meeting to get the authorization to borrow the funds, which could potentially mean we're not able to pay our bills until we have the authorization to borrow either amongst ourselves or from the county.
Okay. Oh, I mean, it's not satisfying, but I support it.
It's not something that we really like to do either, but it is something that the County Office of Education requires that we have the resolutions in place before they would allow us to do anything.
But I assume they don't require us to have resolutions in place to say that we can borrow $105 million. They don't specify the amount.
The way it's calculated, they establish how we calculate it. And so we have calculated it using the district finances that would allow us up to that amount. So they give us a maximum amount, and what we've put in there is the maximum amount that we could.
And that's just my point, but it's fine. I don't want to prolong this meeting for that, so.
Okay, Madam Secretary?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Jeff Kellogg.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Okay, 7.3, resolution direct payments.
So moved.
Okay, moved by trustee Zia,
Second.
seconded by trustee Kellogg. Any questions, comments?
So this one says that we can make direct payments through June 30th of 2022, so for the next 5 years, basically, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Secretary?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Jeff Kellogg.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Okay, 7.4, this is an information item. Who would like to talk to this?
This is not a
Thank you.
This is not information, is it?
It is.
information.
It is information.
It says information 7.4.
It's not revised administrative regulation?
No.
Okay.
Well, it is revised.
All regulations are, we don't vote on regulations.
Correct. You have your board policies and then the regulations that support and provide further detail for your board policies. The district is in the process of updating based on recommendations from the Community College League as well as changing regulations. This particular one is related to travel and professional conference attendance. Any new language has been underlined, and language that has been deleted has been struck out for your convenience in reading this. Some of the major points that are included in this is recognition that when an individual is traveling, either with taxis or meals, that there are gratuities that are typically part of that. This board policy would allow the district to reimburse an individual for making those kind of expenses. Also requires that original itemized receipts be provided and clarifies that point. There is a change in one of the regulations about temporary dependent care and it being an allowable reimbursement part. This makes the district compliant with that change in regulation. Okay. If you have any other questions on this, I'd be happy to give my best shot.
Any questions?
No, but let me make a general statement about all of these changes in regulations or policies and whatnot, and that is that from the description, the public content section of the agenda item, you can't tell what the changes are, though they're not identified, and all of them read pretty much the same, and so you might as well not read that. You just have to read through the whole thing, and I think it would be more transparent to the public in particular who may not be going through these things if what we said was a sentence or two that say these are the major changes, or see this, or something like that, because literally in almost all of these board policy and board regulation changes, there's identical language that doesn't say anything other than this, we're doing this. That's in essence what it communicates.
President Baxter,
Yeah.
I wanted to concur with Trustee Otto. I had a hard time. I was a little annoyed, and I felt that it would just make the lives of the public a little difficult to go through this and have to read through every line like we do. It is a good suggestion. I think it's worthwhile looking at for future items that come before us to have a summary. And we do that on other items. It's just in some of these, it may have been difficult to summarize it in the detail of the item, but I agree with Trustee Otto. I think it would be prudent for us to consider doing that.
Okay.
I think that's something that we can do in the future.
I don't think it would, I don't know how to cost it out, but my gut feeling is that the time involved in doing that would not be much, and it would, in other words, we wouldn't have to hire another person to do this, or have to have 6 or 7 more FTESs to justify the doing of this. So,
Okay.
Just so people, especially board members, that how I read this is for receipts now, whereas some of us, when we take a picture of a receipt and we send it electronically, what I'm reading now is that's no longer acceptable. It has to be the original. So we're not going paperless. We're going the other way. So just to my colleagues, keep all your receipts. Don't take a picture and send it electronically, because it appears that we have to go back to the future, I guess. And because I
never left the future, so
I take pictures of my receipts and I send them. But so now it's back. So just so we're not surprised when we come back from our conferences, keep those pieces of paper, folks.
Okay, thank you. All right, are we done with 7.4?
Informational.
Okay, 7.5, this is also a first reading, revised board policy 6002, in service.
Make a motion.
No, we don't need a motion, it's first reading.
First reading, never mind. First
Okay?
reading.
So if I could, so all of these, there's several of them.
Yes.
For the board policies, if it's a first reading, they will come back to the board at the May meeting for action.
Right.
We've included the changes to the administrative regulation for your information only. Those will not come back to the board
Okay.
at the next meeting, but the policy will come back for action.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
Acting Superintendent Gable, I want to thank you for exercising transparency and bringing this before us before we take action. So thank you for doing that. That means a lot.
Okay, so now we are at 7.6. It says 7.6, Revised Administration Regulation 6004, Revolving Cash Fund. This is also a first reading.
Any comments?
Any comments?
Hearing none.
Thank you. Hearing none. 7.7, Revised Board Policy and Administration Regulation 6009, Bids and Contracts. This is a first reading. Any comments, questions? Hearing none, we'll go on. 7.8, New Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 6017, Public Records. This is a first reading. Any question, comments? Yes.
I just
Trustee Zia.
wanted to make sure, it's my understanding that this includes, is it this for the public records? Or is there an administrative, it's in the administrative regulations that's here. It includes the latest Supreme Court ruling on personal devices being subject to public records. And if Acting Superintendent Gable can speak
7.8.
to what the administrative regulation, at least that piece of it, would entail, and what the role of us, if we were to get what's our responsibility if we were to get a PRA, a Public Records Act request that pertains to a personal device, and what our duty would be. That would be fantastic.
Certainly. So that is spelled out in the administrative regulation. It's actually the last page of the regulation, or it's 6017.8. And with the ruling that was made, personal devices are now subject to public records requests. So if you use any personal device, whether it be a cell phone, a laptop, a desktop at your home, any electronic personal device, if you use that for to conduct business related to Long Beach City College, then if we receive a public records request for any of that information, you will get an email from me as the Vice President of Administrative Services sharing the public records request that has been received and asking you to do a search of your personal devices to see if there is anything within your personal device that meets the request that has been made in the public records request. The onus is then on you as an individual to do that search and then to submit information back to me asserting whether or not you had records that met that personal record request.
This probably isn't the distinction on which this is made, but for example, I have a personal computer, a laptop computer, and on that computer I have a place for my Long Beach City College address, and I also have my work and personal stuff. Do you get to see my whole computer, or do I just make representations that in the place, in the Long Beach City College place, which is where I would do any of that stuff, I've found the following things, or do I have to look at every, you understand what I'm asking?
Yes, you would need to look and make sure that you didn't conduct any business using your personal email address outside of your Long Beach City College email address. So it's entirely up to you to do the search. I am not going to send my IT folks to your house to capture your data. I mean, we do that for employees. When it comes and there's a request of, I want to see all the emails from this person, then we do capture all the emails from that person. It's something that IT does. But we would not be sending anybody to your home to capture all of your documents or data. The search is completely incumbent upon yourself to do that and to let us know.
And then will there be some sort of affidavit that it's my understanding that some jurisdictions or agencies are making their employees, when submitting these personal information, that they're signing an affidavit saying that they certify that to the best of their knowledge they are disclosing all the information pertaining to the subject of the Public Record Act request. Is that the direction where the staff is recommending we go as part of this regulation or policy?
Yes, so that is on there. If you look at item D under 6017.8, it does say that they will submit a declaration of facts if they withheld the information. So it's, we don't.
So a declaration is like an affidavit? Is that what we're looking at? Or is that like a form?
It'll be some type of form that we will compile to have folks complete and send back.
Is it under penalty of perjury? Is that how it is? We sign that to the best of our knowledge. I mean, what's the ramification if someone inadvertently misses disclosing information?
Any time we get a public records request, we have to do our due diligence to see whether or not those records exist. If we replied back to the requester that the records didn't exist, they could be able to come back and say, "Are you sure they don't exist?" But then we would have the documents, which would be a public record, that I could say, well, here's the information that was provided to me, to the best of my knowledge. The records do not exist because I have this statement from the individual saying that there wasn't anything. And so that would be what we would disclose then as a public records request for a follow-up.
I'm assuming we don't have any example of any other agency, and this is a case of first impression.
I have not seen an example. We reached out to the Community College League of California, and they haven't quite finalized the example. We worked with our attorney for these regulations because it was something I felt that we didn't have, and since the law changed just so recently, it was something that we wanted to get out in front of and create. So this has been reviewed by legal counsel and is advised from our own personal legal counsel rather than relying on the CCLC board policy review, which is typically where we get a lot of our language from, where we are a member of that organization, to where we get the CCLC. So the Community College League of California has an attorney that develops protocols and standard language for policies and regulations and recommendations, and that's where we get a lot of our wording changes from, is in review of that each year when we pull up the policies and regs to see what's changed.
Okay. Well, I think it's a prudent policy for us to have and be current and ahead of it. So I appreciate staff putting this together, and thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Moving further on, 8.1, annual approval for student trustee to receive compensation for board meetings. This is an action item.
So moved.
Okay, moved by trustee Zia,
Second.
seconded by trustee Otto. Any comments?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Jeff Kellogg.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Doug Otto, and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Okay, that passed. 8.2, revised board policy 5001, dual enrollment. This is a first reading. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none, we move on. 8.3, revised administrative regulation 5013, financial aid. This is an information item. Are there any questions? Hearing none, I'll move on. 8.4, revised board policy 5015, tuition and fees. This is a first reading. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll move on. 9.1, academic senate.
Thank you, Board President Baxter. The Senate is looking forward to welcoming Dr. Romali to the college, and we may be inviting her to our final meeting of the year. We're waiting to find out what her schedule is, but if that doesn't work out, we will welcome her in other ways. I want to say that the Senate Executive Committee has been working with the newly formed classified Senate Executive Committee, and Annie Engel is their new president, and we had several other officers for the classified Senate sitting here this evening. I was going to recognize them as well, but we're really proud of the work that they're doing, and we're looking forward to supporting them as they move forward. As part of my position as the Academic Senate President, I co-chair the Strategic Plan Oversight Task Force, and as has been mentioned a little bit tonight, we're nearing the end of our first year of implementation of our college strategic plan, and we are now planning for next year and moving some of the work forward. So we have 2 evenings set aside for what we affectionately call the Friday Nighters, and it's a group of about 70 to 80 folks who have committed to 2 Friday nights, this Friday, the 28th, and Friday, May 19th, where they will be working together on some design thinking towards student success, and we will have students at the May 19th one. And that work will then inform some of what we're doing going forward into year 2 of the strategic plan. So it's exciting to have that many faculty, staff, and management folks who want to spend their Friday nights together. And we did it last year, and it's really uplifting and fun, and we learned a lot about how we view the college and how we want to move forward together. So,
Very good.
And it's my understanding you have to go to both of them? You sign them to go to both?
this year, because of the work that we're doing in design thinking, it's necessary to have a commitment of 2 nights. So we have a lot of our original, we call it the original Friday Nighters that have signed up, and then we have quite a few new people who are begging to get into the Friday Nighters, believe it or not.
And I don't blame them. Okay, thank you very much. 9.2, Superintendent President.
Can I just ask one question?
Of course.
Is it possible to consider other nights except Friday nights, so members of the Jewish community can also attend?
I will suggest
in
that.
In our district?
Yeah, I'll
I
suggest
know
that. We just, actually, we started this last year on Friday, December 4th, like probably the worst night of the year. But it was the only night that we had, and then it just kind of stuck, the term Friday Nighters, but definitely I will
And it doesn't have a ring to it, Thursday Nighters or Monday Nighters.
We could make it have a ring to it.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
I will suggest that.
Sure. Thank you.
President Gable?
Yes, thank you. All right, bear with me here. Quite a few things I wanted to bring the board up to date on. The first thing is our journalism students attended the Journalism Association of Community Colleges, and once again, they received 14 awards collectively, with a first place prize being awarded to Presley Swearingen for her creative portrait that she submitted. So, you know, I think our journalism students always do such a fabulous job, and they did receive many accolades. So I wanted to inform the board about that. We also had 9 student athletes that signed national letters of intent. It's included in your board report, so I will let you read about that. As far as athletics, there's a lot going on right now. It's towards the end of the spring semester, But we have our men's volleyball who are in the playoffs. They have a game this Thursday, April 27th at 5 p.m. It's versus El Camino, but it's being held at Pierce College. If they win, which hopefully they will, I think they have a very good chance of winning that. The finals should be this coming Saturday night at Pierce College. I don't know the time yet, but
Which sport are you talking about?
men's volleyball. As far as our track and field team, they started the Southern California preliminaries today. I haven't heard how they did, but we're in the playoffs for our track and field. Our softball team ended their season today. They placed second in our conference, and they're headed to the playoffs. Our beach volleyball team, which this is our women's beach volleyball team, they have the conference championship game on Friday, this Friday, April 28th. That's at 9 a.m. at Granada Beach. And on May 2nd will be the regional playoffs, again at Granada Beach, if anyone's interested in attending those. And then the last update on athletics is that there's the Athletic Foundation Golf Tournament that's being held Thursday, May 11th. So if any of you are interested in coming out to that event, even if you don't golf, you can come out to the dinner and support the athletics that way. The
Excuse me.
yes.
The baseball, men's baseball.
Yes.
They won today. They beat number 1 El Camino today, 8-4. They will play El Camino again. Number 1 El Camino. We're ranked 18th. We'll play. We're 2 games behind them. And so we have a chance of winning that. We're in second. So if we play them, I don't know which day it is, but it's this week. 2 games.
I'm not sure on that, but yes, I did just see that we did defeat El Camino, and which was a huge win for our team. So
we're in the hunt.
Yeah. We're not quite in the playoffs yet, though, so that's why I didn't bring it to the board's attention. But we're still very proud of the baseball team for bringing down El Camino, because I know that was a very hard one to defeat. Our communications and marketing team, they won 4 awards at the Community College Public Relations Organization Conference, and that included a first place for our newsletter. So the newsletter that we're preparing, they were honored by the other community colleges within the state for the good work that they do on that. We have, we already mentioned the Green Prize Festival, but we also received another Green Award, which I have sitting up here. So Building GG received an award from the U.S. Green Building Council for achieving LEED Silver status.
Oh, wow.
And we got this beautiful,
Very nice.
huge, heavy paperweight it's very nice. And so I attended that event this past week, myself and Tim Wooten, to accept the award on behalf of the college
Because
for that
Tim
one.
had to carry that.
No, I did. I figured if he carried it, I'd never see it again, and I like it. I wanted to let you know that the Communications Studies Department is putting on a student showcase on May 18th. That's from 6:30 to 8:30, and that will be in the Black Box Theater, in case anybody's interested. We also have on May 18th again at 10 a.m. and T1200 is our Service Pin and Outstanding Colleague Award ceremony. So that's where we acknowledge the years of service for all the various individuals and then the outstanding colleagues for the year. Lastly, just to let the board know, we had a very successful Spring Olympics last Friday. It was a lot of fun, and I think a lot of people, it was just smiles all day long. And, as I was walking around, I was like, oh, let's do this next year. And, we added a new event for the rally, a human hungry hippo event, which was hilarious. And a lot of people want that to be an event next year. So we'll see how we do on that. This is Betty Miller's last board meeting. So I wanted to thank Betty for her service to the college during these last few months as our interim vice president of administrative services. So thank you, Betty. And then lastly, I just wanted to thank the board for giving me the honor of filling in as the acting superintendent president. It's really been a pleasure. I've really enjoyed it. I will not regret going back to my vice president of administrative services position, but I did want to thank the board again, and as well as thank all of the faculty and staff. I've had tremendous support these last 5 months. It really has been a great ride, so thank you to everybody for everything you've done for me.
And thank you, Anne Marie. I know you've enjoyed the role, and I appreciate the fact that you have come to almost every single event possible. And you know, I'm just so pleased that we decided to select you as acting superintendent president. And I also said I hope someday you'll consider applying for the presidency, because I think you'd make a great president.
Thank you, Dr. Baxter.
Student trustee Lomelli.
Thank you for that introduction, Ginny. So first, kind of picking back off of something that the AZ President Eric mentioned, the Associate Student Body is taking some positions on a couple assembly bills in the state legislature this year. I'll highlight them briefly. The first one is Assembly Bill 10, which is essentially increasing access to feminine hygiene products in school bathrooms. AB 17, so making funds available in the state legislature, the state budget, specifically for transit pass programs and hopefully student transit pass programs. AB 21, which is essentially access to higher education for every student, which is in support of our undocumented community, as we've done so already here at the board level. AB 1018, which is adding the category of homeless students to student equity plans. And then we'll be speaking on to student equity plans. And then we'll be speaking on another bill, Assembly Bill 307, which is about student financial aid Cal Grant, competitive Cal Grant A and B awards. So the students have been really rallying behind you know, a lot of these bills, and we've sent letters of support, and we'll be continuing to do so. I just want to remind the board of our fourth board goal, which is to the support of local, state, and federal measures and policy initiatives that improve college affordability for the students attending LBCC. I feel we've accomplished, you know, a lot of the first three, but I'd like to see us, if we can, to promote our fourth goal as well. The next one is just congratulations to, you know, our new our new superintendent president, Dr. Reagan Romali. I think she'll know now that board meetings last a little longer than expected sometimes. But we're looking forward to having her. I think Eric, when I told him that she has been selected last month, he immediately asked me when she's coming to visit our ASB meetings. And I had to tell him that she has to start, like she has to physically start her job first before we can invite her to meetings. So we're looking forward to having her and meeting her. And then I had a great time participating in the 2017 Spring Olympics. This is my first time. I actually ran into a lot of former friends that now work at the college that were former students, so it was really cool. And it was really awesome just interacting with, you know, like, I think I played a game against one of my old communication professors, but it was really awesome to have that interaction, both from a student perspective, but also from, you know, just seeing that we have these intramurals for students, but we also have these team building exercises or these team building activities for faculty, staff, and, you know, everyone else in the Long Beach City College family. I do want to give you all an invitation to some events. I don't know if Eric covered some of these, but if you all can put these in calendar, feel free to do so. The first one is the Black Student Unions having their male summit on May 19th. I don't unfortunately know the times at the top of my head, but I'll make sure to send you all a formal invite to that. But it's May 19th, and hopefully you all can attend. Spring Sing is on May 26th, so if you all want to come on down and see some of us sing, dance, and make fools of ourselves and cheer us on, feel free to do so. There's opportunity for not only students to participate,
May 26th.
as Greg and Terry can probably tell you, but we hope you can attend and be in the audience. And our ASB banquet is on June 2nd. So I know we moved our meeting to our May 30th, so we don't really have enough time to tell you until then. But you are all formally invited to our ASB banquet happening on June 2nd. It's an evening banquet, so tentatively starting around 5, 6 p.m., but we'll keep you all updated on that. And then the last one is kind of a little out of our, service area. The students will be attending, about 9 students of us will be attending General Assembly, which is a student convention, student conference that we put on through the statewide student leadership. We're scheduled to have about 560 students from all over the California Community College system. And then our keynote speaker is actually Eloy. So we're super excited to have him in town and have him talk to students. And we told him that we'll be asking a lot of really tough questions, so he should be ready for them. But I'm sure he'll do a great job. And that's going to be the weekend of May 5th through 7th. So it's a weekend conference. But if any of you are interested in attending, feel free to let me know. I can let you know what kind of workshops we put on for students. We're having Chancellor's Office come out and do some interesting workshops so you can participate as well. I know we're having some trustee meetups as well. And then we might have some Board of Governors stopping in during the weekend. But if you all want to see something from a student perspective, feel free to stop by. And that's going to be at the Ontario Convention Center, so it's a little out of our area, but you all are more than welcome to attend, so let me know if you want to stop by. And then the last one is, this is my second to last meeting, so in our next May 30th will be my final one, and at that time I do look forward to letting you all know who the next student trustee will be. We'll be having elections for Associate Student Body in the next few weeks, and we're super excited and super stoked. A little sad to be leaving you all, but at the same time, can't get ready to leave you all. But, yep, thanks.
Thank you, Alejandro. Great. Okay, 9.4, Board of Trustees. Who wants to go first?
I do.
Okay, Trustee Otto.
I have nothing to say.
I love you.
I'll go next.
Okay, Trustee Kellogg.
No report.
Okay, Trustee Malauulu.
I have a report. I'm sorry, it's a little lengthy, but I'll talk really fast.
That's all right. I've got one too, so don't. And I'm
I'll
sure
talk
trustees
really
will.
fast. I just want to highlight some of the events that I participated in this month. As far as the sexual awareness, I brought my kids. My kids were on spring break, so it worked out really well. I brought my kids to the Airing Out Our Dirty Laundry event on campus, and they got to participate with the T-shirt making. But the highlight for them was actually sitting with one of our students in a small group setting who shared with all of my kids and 2 of my nieces who were with me her experiences as a rape victim. And it was a really moving experience because they sat there absolutely still listening to her discuss what she went through twice. And I thought it was a really profound opportunity for them that they otherwise would not have had. And the beauty of it was that as some of our LBCC students were walking by, they actually stood there and the group got bigger. So it started off with 6 of my kids, 4 of my kids and 2 of my nieces, and it ended up being about 12 students. And I will not name the student who participated, even though she is very public about her experience, and I really commend her for that. But I just want to publicly thank her for sharing her story. I also participated with Lieutenant Lieberman back there in the ice cream social. We had a lot of fun. The students really were engaged in that, and I thought it was great, especially in the day and age in which we live, with tensions with our police and our law enforcement. I thought it was really nice that our students can interact with our campus police in such a casual setting. And the police officers on campus take ping pong very seriously. Things got really rough out there with the ping pong. And they also brought a canine unit, which my sons absolutely loved. I was able to participate in the Cambodian New Year activity on the PCC campus. I also attended the Good Friday breakfast, which is one of my favorite events in Long Beach. On behalf of Long Beach City College, we were at the Misty Mays when she was awarded the Keys to the City event, which was awesome. And I just want to commend Misty. She has so much grace and poise, and I think she's such a worthy recipient, so humble. She's a 3-time Olympic gold medalist, and it's like no big deal to her, and I love that about her. I was also at the Spring Olympics on Friday. I would like to mention that a colleague of mine who's a freelance writer called me earlier in the year, and she just, she's a writer, and she wanted to write about me being a trustee and what it was like. And I know that one of the publications she writes for is a senior reporter. And I said, you know, why do you want to write about me? I go, I have a better story for you. Why don't you write about what we do for seniors in the Senior Reporter? And I forgot to bring it. It's actually in my car. But the April issue of the Senior Reporter, in case you haven't seen it, is a story about the Senior Center and Mary Thoits and the work that we do. And I was able to just, you know, because I taught social media classes to seniors there, I was able to kind of segue into that. And the bulk of the story was about our Senior Center. So if you have an opportunity, please pick up the April issue of the Senior Reporter. You can actually access it online. And my colleague's name is Lynn Jensen. We actually wrote for some Harbor area publications together for years. But that was a neat spin, because who cares what it's like to be a trustee? It's more important to show what we do for the community. Earlier, Board President Baxter mentioned Lydia Turner, and I had written it in my notes, and I didn't think to talk about it then, but I also wanted to mention, I know in her retirement, her daughter Michelle Turner was actually one of my journalism students a few years ago, and I wanted to say, even though, you know, Lydia is retiring, and of course we want to congratulate her, she's not retiring by choice. She did suffer a stroke. I was the last person that she spoke to before she got on the flight going to Florida for the conference. She and I were coordinating some t-shirts. I had hooked her up with one of my t-shirt vendors, and she was getting t-shirts for an activity that the faculty was doing at the time, and she called me from the airport just before she boarded her flight that Saturday morning. So I did want to just pay my respects. I have been in contact with Michelle over the past few months, and I know that Lydia is in a convalescent home, I believe. They moved her again. So we do wish you well, Lydia, and even though your retirement is not what you had planned, we hope you heal, and hopefully you will return in some capacity to us. Acting Superintendent President Anne-Marie Gable mentioned the Journalism Awards. I would also like to congratulate the journalism program for their success once again at the JACC. It's a very competitive competition, conference weekend. I'm really disappointed that the board was not able to allow the journalism department a minute to come up and receive the recognition during the board meeting. I spoke to Pat McKean about it, and he mentioned that in his tenure here, which he's been here forever, he's an institution in and of himself, he's made 50 requests through the years to have journalism students be recognized at board meetings, and this is the first time that they were denied. And it just really bothers me, because I wasn't aware that they were denied the opportunity to be recognized, but we are in the business of students. And anytime a faculty member or a coach or anybody, I don't care how long the meeting is, I don't care how loaded the agenda is, I think student recognition should be a priority. And the fact that this journalism students are always doing so well, and they're always advocating First Amendment, and they go out there and they kick butt and win 14 awards, and we can't have them come at the beginning of the meeting and stand here and take a photo, is very disappointing to me. So I hope that anytime anybody requests to recognize students at a board meeting, which those requests don't happen very often, I hope that we don't deny them that opportunity. Lastly, I would like to mention that I had an opportunity to attend a conference in Hawaii, which was awesome. And it was an ACCT Governance Leadership Institute. And I was able to work with trustees from the Pacific region, which is definitely an interest and a passion of mine. I've been in contact with them. I met people from the Marshall Islands, from Guam, from American Samoa, which is where my husband's family is from. And their needs are so unique, but at the same time, they parallel our needs. It's all relative. And it's the same thing, enrollment and tuition and finances and offering classes. And I really have a heart to help them. And we've been exchanging emails back and forth, and I've been trying to brainstorm with them how we can help them and offer resources to them, even just used books that we no longer use, or books that we phased out, how we can support them and get them access, because they really do have limited funds. On average, an ACCT Governance Leadership or Leadership Governance Institute attracts about 50 participants. This conference had 150 participants, and I think it had a lot to do with the fact that it was in Hawaii. I think the venue really had a draw, and the trustees and student trustees from the Pacific region were able to send student trustees and their entire board, because they weren't flying all the way to Washington, D.C. or Chicago. They were actually flying somewhere much closer. So it was great for them to have that opportunity. I spoke to several community colleges that said that they'd never attended a conference as an entire board before. So it was really neat to be a part of that. And while I was at the conference, I was asked to present on one of 5 topics. And there were 5 topics on the list. We got the email. I'm looking at the 5 topics, and I felt very, very confident about 4 of them. And I thought, okay, if they ask me to talk about any of these 4, I will be fine. I will talk forever. Of course, they asked me to talk about the one I didn't feel confident, financial aid. So I would like to thank Jackie, and I would like to thank Miles, because I had them on standby, and I was texting them, asking them a bunch of questions and sending them screenshots of things because I didn't know. But it was also good, because in my lack of knowledge, I was able to learn a lot more about financial aid, having to sit there and do a presentation about it. So I would like to thank the district for allowing me to participate in that. I would also like to thank Betty for her service to the board, and Anne Marie. I know that technically this will probably be your last meeting also, so I'd like to thank you for that. I'm happy that in her report to the board, she included the Ranchitos, which is the West Long Beach horse communities. That is a block away from my house. They are actually on my street. Ray Sumner and John Salcido, we took students down there from the film department and from the geography classes, and that was part of my board report in January. And in closing, that was a really long report, I would like to acknowledge all of the administrative professionals on campus tomorrow for Administrative Professionals Day. Thank everybody on campus, secretaries who do so much to support us. And as a token of our appreciation for the board secretary, this is for Jackie. So that's, we would love to thank all of the administrative professionals on campus, but since the board only has one secretary, everybody has to kind of take care of their own, and we're taking care of our own. So thank you, Jackie. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Trustee
Yeah,
Zia?
that's true, legally, technically. So, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, Trustee Zia.
Congratulations, Jackie. This was a secret plot that was all initiated by Trustee Malauulu and her brilliance. So we just played along, and we love you. So just to dovetail on some of the items that have been already spoken about, I too want to recognize Betty Miller and Anne Marie again. I know this is your last meeting, so thank you so much for your hard work and dedication. It's been wonderful to have you, and I'm sure you're going to play a big part in the transition, so we really appreciate that and welcome it. Just a couple of events that has already been talked about that seems like we're all in. The Cambodian New Year celebration at PCC campus. It was wonderful to attend that. And then we also went to Misty May Trainer receiving the key to the city by the city council, so I was also there. And then Green Education Award that I had the pleasure of wearing a wool suit in 100 degrees weather on the stage. So that was the least fun part of it, but it was wonderful to be recognized. And also, I wanted to just pay a little tribute to one of our students who Trustee Baxter and I have had the great pleasure of working with. He's one of our shining examples and rising stars in our student community. He is a film major. Some of you have met him. John Salcedo has been selected. I believe he's one of the awardees. I don't want to. They give these secret notifications, so I'm going to let the cat out of the bag of the 2017 Tully Award winner, which is a film award, and he was selected out of 12,000 applicants, and that's a big deal in the film industry. He's a war veteran. I believe he was from he served in the Iraq War, and this is for his hyperbolic movie that it portrays the PTSD that a lot of our veterans are going through, and it's a short film. It's worth watching. I believe it's got some. You probably need to be. I guess I don't know the rating, but it's not a very easy short documentary or movie to watch. But I wanted to congratulate him. Our student is very much up on the rise. Hopefully we'll see him get an Oscar someday and be part of that. So that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Zia. Okay, the following are the things that I've attended since our last meeting on March 28th. March 29th, Assistance League of Long Beach Donor Recognition. March 30th, Port of Long Beach Trade Luncheon. March 31, I was a keynote speaker at St. Anthony High School Career Day. April 5th, I toured the Alameda Corridor with the Long Beach Rotary, and that was fascinating to see how goods are moved actually below the street level, and very interesting. April 8th, thank you, Danny Tan, for putting on the Cambodian New Year at the Pacific Coast campus. And then I'm going to start talking about the teach-ins that have been going on. There's been 3 so far, and there's going to be 2 more. And of course, this is a remembrance of my youth a long time ago, where they had teach-ins, and I want to thank the 2 leaders of the teaching group, Carlos Ramos and Janae Hund, and their first one was on immigration, and then the second one was on the resistance and social movements. And Janae spoke and had a number of alumni speak on different movements of protest movements, and it was very, very interesting. Also on April 11th, our dean, Dina Humble, has resigned from the college, is going back to Minnesota. I warned her it'll be cold there. But anyway, she has family there, and that's great. Then the night of April 11th, I went to Lakewood Celebrates. I had nominated Lakewood resident Bobby Vernon for her outstanding volunteer work, and she received a recognition from the city. Then on April 12th, the next teach-in event was Women's Rights, and I want to thank faculty administrators Ramon Knox, Lisa Orr, Janae Hun, Dr. Irania Freeman, and Vanessa Crispin Peralta. And then on April 13th, I attended an art gallery lecture by art faculty Linda King and Brian Doan. April 14th, a Good Friday breakfast. April 18th, Misty May receiving the key to the city. April 19th, the CHI get-together. April 20th, Mort Stuhlbarg Memorial. 21st, the Spring Olympics. Did I get to use the air horn? No, you use the air horn. I just said, let's the games begin. April 22nd, the Mini Grand Prix. And I want to salute Jeff Kellogg for pushing me around the track and doing such a good job. Also attended the Green School Award in honor of Earth Day. Then the Jan Foster Memorial, 2 more memorials. I was big on memorials this week. Jan Foster Memorial and the Betty Sinofsky Memorial. Both Jan and Betty were alumni, and of course Jan ran our Women's Center for a long time. Then that evening, the ESL faculty potluck, and then the Urban Community Outreach fundraiser, and they help feed the homeless on Sundays at the First Congregational Church. And then on Sunday, April 23rd, the NAACP Education Forum, and Chris Steinhauser was there, Patrick O'Donnell, who is the chair of the Education Committee in the Assembly, and that was very interesting. And thank you, Greg Peterson, for coming and giving his report on Promised Pathways and kept people informed. Now, upcoming events, April 27th, the Lakewood Village residents are having a meeting. May 5th, Human Services are having a fiesta to raise money, a scholarship for homeless students. May 10th, the next teach-in is foreign policy. May 11th, the Athletic Association is having a golf tournament. May 17th, the senior luncheon will be held at the Grand, honoring Bill and Virgie Barnes, giants in our community, plus Bill, of course, is a retiree from being a dean at Long Beach City College, and Marlene Temple, who is a major donor. Also, I know my colleagues will want to buy a brick, which is going in front of the new senior building, and for only $200, you can have your name inscribed in 3 lines. So, Vivian Malauulu, trustee area 2, right there, your district. And I'm sure the others want to do it too. May 18th, Outstanding Colleague. May 19th, Science Night, going to be very exciting. They're going to have, I want to see this, a part of a brain. Hopefully the person's dead. May 21st, the Pride Parade. May 25th, the last teach-in, which is domestic policy. And I encourage everybody to go to these events because they're really quite interesting. Oh, and then May 17th, trustees, I'll probably put that under trustee committees. Trustee Zia and I are going to the audit. Excuse me. Audit committee. Sorry, audit committee review. Yeah, I know, I'm practically dying here. Okay, and also thank you to Betty Miller and to Anne Marie for doing such a good job in the interim, and we appreciate it very much. So I think that's the only trustee committee. Are there reports for future board agendas?
We did them all tonight.
I think we, oh no, Mr. Kellogg, we have more. And now, yeah, okay, so at the May meeting, we're having enrollment management, student veteran services, strategic planning update, and strategic planning metrics. At the June meeting, we are having the tentative budget, facilities master plan update, and legislative update with Miles and also Assemblyman Patrick O'Donnell. Is there anyone left from the AFT? No, okay. Is there anyone left from the CHI? I'm dying to know why these lovely ladies are still here. Anyone left from LBCCFA? Hearing none. Okay, public comments, we don't have that. You cannot have a second closed session, I'm sorry. And so the next regular meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held on Tuesday, May 30th, 2017 at the Liberal Arts Campus, Building T, room 1100. Remember the presidential reception at 3, closed session at 4, and open session at 5, and the meeting is adjourned.